You can hear me? What the hell was that about? That was so strange. My God, it scared the crap out of me too. I was literally in the middle of telling you guys that last night my computer did the whole like we blew a breaker and killed the computer again, and then when I came back to it, I hit the keyboard and nothing was happening, and I was having a panic attack that something got fried by the surge. And it turns out what got fried by the surge was the USB port my keyboard was plugged into, so it ended up being a lot less bad than it could have been. But yeah, that was super weird. All that ended up needing to be done was moving the keyboard to a different USB port in the back of my computer, and then everything was fine. But then that started up, and that wasn't working, and I'm like, oh God, what broke? But I guess everything's okay. That was super weird. Yeah, at least it wasn't something too serious. I was freaking out. That happened pretty early on last night, right as we were making dinner, like 7 o'clock. And that took up the next, like, hour and a half of my night. Because I was trying, you know, all sorts of other things, looking at not pressing any buttons, trying to make sure that I didn't break anything before I figured out what was going on. And then I eventually just pulled the computer out and unplugged the stuff in the back and found out that that fixed the problem. But yeah, I was freaking out for a good hour. Okay, so here's the dealio on this thing. I'm done. I'm ready to get it finished. I really, really like this, and I want it to be done. So I'm going to be putting my head down pretty hard on this one and just jamming through it. Happy to talk to you guys. If you guys have questions, if you want to, you know, ask about what I'm doing or ask about anything else, happy to chat with you. But I really want this sucker done, so I am going to be pretty focused on it. So I understand if you guys want to hop around and just pop in and check on the progress every now and then. We'll be a little more active tomorrow. Austin's doing pretty good. I'm definitely feeling better today than I was this time last week. I was really not feeling it last Monday. How are you doing today, man? How are you doing today? All right. So, not too bad. I'm glad to hear it. How'd Pimp's stream go last night? I missed like the first half of it, and then I was there for the rest of it. Let's see. Okay. Ooh, I saw the death counter part. I saw while you guys were working on that out of the corner of my eye while I was working. I saw a lot of code going back and forth. Did you guys end up getting it working? It works now, right on. Yeah, I should add, well, I should add Nightbot, honestly. That's one of the big things I should do. You know, you guys are pretty familiar with my tendency to bounce around from thing to thing. It's a bad habit, but one of the things that I've been playing around with to get myself back into coding is trying to see if I can make a bot that talks to Twitch. Oh, that's what that was. It was the back and forth so that you could get she could give you the mod commands. I see. Well, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that would make things a lot easier. So we're going to go bigger leaves than that still. And yeah, I still want it to be spaced out more. And maybe a little bit wider. Okay. Yep. And how are you doing today, Moody? What's been keeping you busy? Something's feeling weird here. Maybe it's my angle. I don't know why, but that doesn't feel like it's giving me the same kind of leaves that it was giving me before. I'm not sure what that is. But that looks different, no? Like those are looking... Yeah. Maybe I need to go fatter with it. What if we turn off smoothing? No. Scattering, maybe? So odd. Okay. Also made a cake last night. just got up, grew some legs, and walked out the door, huh? I wonder how that might have happened. Sounds like you made a really good cake. Ah, there we go. It was a flow problem. Okay, so that fixed it. So what I want to see now is I'm just gonna get this brush right? And then what I'm gonna do is just take down the settings so that I can do this exactly the same way every time without having to worry about it. But this will give me my leaf effect now. Or maybe I'll just knock these all out. That might be the right way to do this to save some time. Well, either way, I should keep track of what these settings are. Okay, so we want to go... Let me just take this down really quick. So we did pastel, and then we changed it to angle 51, roundness. Here, let's do that. Angle 51, roundness of 39, and a spacing of 143, flow 100. Okay. So that way we can come back to that whenever we want to, which makes things just a little less complicated. Let me tilt that up a little bit there. It sounds a little better. Okay. Oh, hey, Don. Welcome back. You know, I was really worried you weren't going to come back and say fuck me again, but turns out everything's fine. Alright, so what's the bottom layer of the big shrub? I kind of just want to isolate You needed the response. Well, there you go. Now you have it. You can hold on to that and hopefully one day feel like you have a friend. Hey, Serial, how's it going? What are you torn about? All right. So what I want to look at really quick is just the base colors so that I can remind myself what the brush settings are for that. I'm doing pretty good, Serial. I'm doing pretty good. My plan today is to really jam through this. Ooh, Hollow Knight versus Halo 2. That's a tough call. But if you've already played Halo 2 and you haven't played Hollow Knight, I'd give Hollow Knight a try. It's a really fun game. And, I mean, it's pretty and you can get some of the feel of it from watching people play, but it's really something you should play for yourself. Whoa, wrong button. There we go. I'm a Halo fan, but you guys know I'm not much of a shooter guy in general, so that has something to do with it. Ah, yes. Okay. You also want the legendary Halo achievements. Are those only possible with the re-release? Or is that just not a thing you've done before? You're playing Mario Maker 2, Serial. What are you working on? Are you making a level? God, Austin. Come on, dude. Alright. So, for this one, we're going to do a nice simple brush. Just some basic bitch brush action. And I'm going to go around and do the base colors for all of my remaining shrubs on separate layers, because I am so done doing these shrubs one at a time. So we're going to go through them all in groups, and then we'll be done. We'll never have to look at them again. It'll be great. All right, so you're just playing random levels. You're too mean to make levels. I don't think so, Serial. It was your childhood game franchise. More, you just need to do this as an ode to what the game has given to you. I can understand that. I can understand that. Well, I think you should... It sounds like it's clear what you want to do, Dawn. I think you should play Halo. But definitely don't put off Hollow Knight longer than you have to, because it's worth a play. Okay, so... Path, right, base... Just need to... I need to be consistent with my naming here. Path, left, base... Otherwise I'm going to totally screw this up. Back, wall, left... Back wall right. And I think that should cover it, because this'll be left path, this'll be right path. Oh, sorry, a little too close. Need a pop filter on this thing with the way I set the mic up now. I used to have it far enough away that didn't matter, but this gives some better quality sound, so. But then you can hear me pop into the mic. Sorry about that. I'll turn my head to the side to cough. Find it hard to start new games. I can relate to that. I have a bit of an issue starting new things, which I'm sure you guys have seen more than once. It's kind of an irrational anxiety. So I feel that. It's almost like you got like... There's just so much ahead of you that it's like, why not jump into a game that I already know and love and is close to my heart? But then it's like, how do you ever experience anything new? You know? You can easily start, but you have a hard time getting hooked. See, I can understand that too. That was my experience with, damn it. We started a game that I was really interested in at the beginning, and then I never really touched again. Can you remind me what it was? I had that happen. But, I mean, clearly it didn't even leave enough of an impression on me for me to... Wii Sports Resort. It may have been Wii Sport. I think I care too much about that one. Benzagun, I know. I've played a ton of things on stream. You know, I can't remember, and I might be making it up too. So that's something to keep in mind. I have very vivid dreams, which is not an excuse for believing those things actually happened, but it's the excuse I use. And I dream about you guys all the time. I actually do. It's very, very common. You guys are frequent characters in my dreams. My brain just gives you random faces, because I don't know what most of you look like. If the soundtrack is important to you, then you should definitely play Hollow Knight. We're going to select all. We're gonna cut that because I put it on the wrong layer, and then we're gonna actually paste it in place. Your face is completely random. It changes every day. I knew it. I knew it all along. So there's the base for the right side path, and we need to remember we want to go a little bit, not that much, but a little bit outside the lines here. So we're going to take what we learned on the first shrub, and we're going to just pepper it across the entire painting here. Yeah, if as I was saying, Don, if soundtrack is important to you, then maybe give Hollow Knight some love. Ah, well, it might have been Cuphead that I was thinking of, but now that I think about it more, I mean, we did. Well, I didn't finish Cuphead, but I played quite a bit of Cuphead. I thought I was gonna finish Cuphead, and then we got to the boss, and I just never really felt the need to go back to that boss. Like not even the actual final boss with the devil, just the King Dice fight. I was like, oof, yeah, maybe not for me. You beat Cuphead once, congratulations, Serial. That's further than I've gone. That game is a lot of fun, and it's really cool, and it's really unique, and the art style is like pornography for me. But it's so damn hard, which is part of the, you know, old school nature of it, because old video games used to be a lot harder, so it makes sense. It's just... Yeah, I know. It looked like I was doing so well, but it was... I don't know. Like, it was a fun game. I guess this must have been what I was thinking of. It was a fun game, but I wasn't feeling very satisfied. Like, when I finally succeed in something in a game, I want to feel like I achieved something, but Cuphead feeds you right back into slight variations on essentially the exact same thing. So maybe that's part of why I wasn't feeling very satisfied, and that's just a personal preference thing. But I think that might have been a bit of what was going on there. Might as well stack these correctly on top of each other. Yeah, I like to, I mean, you guys know from the way I do the channel, I don't like to do the same thing for too long. I get bored very easily. So, Cuphead may have just felt a little too repetitive for me. And while I was, you know, hooked on it and jamming through it in the first play session, it went a lot better than after I was coming back to it and not feeling as, I don't know, fulfilled? Is that really what you should be after in a video game, Austin? Probably not. Where's my sketch? Good God, Austin. There it is. Okay. So what I did wrong while I was being sloppy last time was I went through and did that shading, like what you can see on this original shrub. but I didn't do it with any sort of, like, logic. I just kind of threw some shading in there, and that really, really hurt it. Serial Master, I challenge you to try and do that, because they have they've done quite a good job at making it difficult to upload an unbeatable level. So I'd like to see you try. I think people got a couple unbeatable levels up in Mario Maker 2, but I'm pretty sure they've already been patched out, or they did something different this time, though. I seem to remember somebody saying something along the lines of, like, old levels won't get broken if they already got uploaded, or something along those lines. Hey, Rose, how's it going? Good luck hiding the dev root. Yeah, people have gotten awfully keen. It's pretty hard to get away from that now. Yeah, wrong layer, Austin. That'll do it. What am I doing? Path right base. There we go. So we're going to go a little smaller here. And we know we want general shading around the base of this and up where this guy's going to be. Okay, and we know it's going to have a little bit there. We want to kiss the undersides of these tufts. And then maybe just kind of a little bit around him. And that should do it. Steve did, yeah, I think Steve did do a video on it. I haven't seen anything from him in a while. I don't know if it's just because it hasn't been suggested to me, or what the deal is there. It feels like YouTube just encourages my tendency to binge down a particular creator for a while and then not watch anybody else. I have a habit of doing that. I was going to say bad habit, but I guess it's just preference, so, you know, whatever. And I feel like YouTube is, like, the ultimate enabler for that kind of a habit. It's just like, oh, you like this one? Ooh, well, how about 1,000 more videos from them going all the way to the back of time? The back of time? You know, as opposed to the front of time? Time is two-sided. Okay, so we want to really hit the dark spots here. And I think I'm going to be, not with the actual painting of it, but I'm going to be a little bit more liberal when I'm doing my blending, which it's not time for yet. Like the front to the future, exactly. The past is all a gigantic front for the future. That's almost deep. Same things happens to, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you burn through all of their content and then you never watch them again. Yeah, I feel that. I really feel that. That's what happened to me with MatPat. And it happened, like, I don't know. When was he popular? Is he still popular? I don't know. In like 2015, 16 or so, I basically watched everything he ever made, and then I never watched him again. Although I kind of feel like that's what happens to everybody with MatPat. And that sounds like I'm just ripping on MatPat, which I'm not. I like his content. It's just I've heard that story quite a few times from other people. Okay, so we want to go up into here. See, what I failed to do last time, and the reason I had to get rid of that last shrub that I made when I was sick, is I wasn't at all paying attention to my sketch while I was going through and doing this shading. So it was creating the effect I was going for, but it wasn't selling any sort of a lighting direction, so it was kind of halfway there. This should be a little more believable. They are really interesting videos. He comes up with some cool stuff. He's got a very, very unique mind, is the way I would describe MatPat. But yeah, I just found myself not watching his videos anymore, and I don't really know why that is. Maybe I should give him another chance. The time he gave... Oh my god, I completely forgot that happened. I completely forgot that happened. Oh my god. That's right. You've never heard of him, Serial? Game Theory. If you've heard of the YouTube channel Game Theory, that Matt Pat is that guy. Okay. So back wall right side this time. We want to do something similar, and I'm shading these all like they're... That I don't know. I just heard about that happening. I don't know if the Pope ever actually played. Yeah, like Benzagun said, I severely doubt it. If he did, I would be genuinely amazed. Yeah, so we need to use these lines I made, because they're what sell the shape. Like this, last time I was coming through here, it was like I had made the sketch just for my health, not, you know, to be a framework for my drawing. So hopefully this time it's going to be a little more convincing. So go down in here, and this will be the back section. There's going to be a lot less light in here, but I don't want to overdo the shadows to the point where you lose all of the detail. So just kind of filling in. Terrible FPS in games lately, and you updated your drivers and nothing's changed. That's really strange. So one random thing I always ask people when they tell me things like that is, do you have a cluttered desktop? That seems like something you would know about, but it will actually slow your computer down a noticeable amount. It's kind of nuts. That does seem like something you would already know about. But, you know, who knows? Okay, back wall left. Swatch is on. So this one I might as well basically just color in with my darker colors, because this is going to be pretty shadowy. The left side, I mentioned to you guys before, is going to be shadowy pretty much the whole way through. But again, that's mostly something I'd like to take care of with the lighting pass at the very end today. I did do the bottom shrub already, but I wasn't paying attention to my sketch work. So the lighting didn't actually make any sense, and it's because I wasn't feeling well and I wasn't really trying. So I'm just doing them all together right now. That way they'll all look consistent, and it's what I should have done the first time, but I wanted to do some like variety in the first stream of this. It's kind of messy, but it's mostly just shortcuts. Well, all I know, Moody, I don't know the ins and outs of exactly how it can impact and whether shortcuts or files makes a difference. All I know is it has to do with the fact that the computer is constantly rendering the desktop, whether you're looking at it or not. So I have no idea if that'll fix your problem, but if you're really out of options, it's worth a try. It's saved my bacon a couple of times. But yeah, Benzagon, I wanted to come back through and make things a little more consistent, and I'm already, from looking at this, happy with that decision, because those all... See, the lighting feels better. And like I was worried about this patch. This was sticking out like a sore thumb to me right inside of here, but that's actually going to be covered by that. So that's fine. Yeah, this is the right move. I mean, you guys heard me last drawing stream. I was barely here. So, we'll do better this time. We'll get it done. Get it done. Put it up on... I guess I need to get a place where I can sell this crap. Because I do intend to do more of these. And I'm going to be working... maybe not faster, but I'm going to be getting more done. Whether that means a longer stream or not. Impressionist blender is what we want. And then we need the right size. Which seems like it could be this one. It does seem like it could be that one. Any ideas on what's going to be next? I do have some ideas. I thought it might be fun to have you guys... if you had, like, Animal Crossing worlds or something like that, I thought it might be fun to paint somebody's Animal Crossing world. I had a few ideas. My fallback will just be another piece like this. Oh, full hard drive will do it for sure, especially if it's your boot drive. Especially if it's your boot drive. I made the mistake with this computer. I should do Emily's. I thought about that, but I thought it might be more fun for you guys if I drew one of yours. Rose, you're playing Animal Crossing? How's your island look? We're going to do an island tour of Emily's island. It's technically my island too. I'm on it, but I didn't help, so... and, like, she made my house for me. You have Raymond in jail on your island. That's great. Yeah, I think we'd all like to see Emily's island. I want to show it off to you guys. Something's going wrong here. I feel like there's more pickup on this brush than there normally is. Is my flow too high? This isn't how I normally use this brush, that's for sure. Oh, well, we're not taking it any further back than that, so I'm stuck with some of it. Let's space it out and bring the flow down. And then we'll just go through and do this on all of these. So let's... what the hell? Oh. Austin did a dumb... uh-oh. Okay. We can fix this. No biggie. No biggie. No biggie. We just need to get our regular smooth brush back. I'm just going to paint over this and pretend that that didn't happen. At least I'm not on the wrong layer, which is a recurring problem. But let's just get rid of that and then get our teal back and pop that in here. Oh, for Christ's sake. Okay. All right. Yes, I'll use the swatches, Photoshop. Whatever you say. I was in the middle of answering somebody and then I totally stopped. Oh, I was talking to Moody about the extra space thing. Yeah, because I did the dual hard drive method with my setup and I should have picked a larger solid state for my boot drive. That was a mistake. Because it's just filling up too fast. And I went with size over... you know, speed. There we go. With my my storage drive, so it takes forever to transfer stuff, even internally. So that was a mistake. But yeah, that'll get you. You're planning to kill Tom Nook. Good luck, Serial. That's gonna be intense. You're looking forward to fall for the mushroom collection. Benzagon, why don't you like fall? What do you have against fall? What did it do to you? Hey, you can't be anti-mushroom. That's not allowed on this channel, remember? We can't be kingdomist. Well, you can't be kingdomist. It's my job. Okay, so we're going to just replace. Okay, good. Some of the teal in there. And then we'll get the dark color back again. And then we'll go back to blending. Oh, it's because of my flow. I have low flow. Well, at any rate, that should work just fine. We're going to hit it with the highlights anyway. And it's worth noting that this is just the background color for all of these shrubs. But there's a lot of, like, more so than normal, a lot of show-through of the background color on these shrubs. At least more so than normal for me. But this technique is relatively new to me in general. Weed rules, mushrooms drool. Mushrooms are cool, Moody. I agree. Friendship over. Looking forward to the COD collab and the snipers update for Animal Crossing. Whatever happened to summer? It faded gently into the night, much like last summer. Alright, so let's try this blender again, but this time without screwing it up. Okay. So we have our blender, and if I'm not mistaken, if I hide the sketch, it should just be, yeah, that's more like what I remember. Okay. This feels better. And then I can just kind of tap my way around, and that turns all of these blurred edges into something that matches the leaf texture a little better. And then you can go around, well, which you'll see, I'll go around and manually rough up the edges. But I just want to follow the lines I already made for myself here. I shouldn't need this sketch to do this, but I'll be popping it up now and then just to make sure I'm on track and not pushing things too far out of where they're supposed to be. I can push them a little bit in the name of texture, but I can't do too much. Easter eggs are a no. Yeah, I don't think anybody was too happy about the dominating nature of the Easter event. Or, I'm sorry, Bunny Day, because we don't want to have copyright infringement on the holiday of Easter. You're going to get sued by Jesus. Hey, well, you know, maybe it brought some color to your not so colorful season, Benzagon. All right, Rose, thanks for hanging out with us. Appreciate you. Okay. Yeah, see, this is so much better than what it looked like yesterday. Or, last Monday. Last week. Whatever. Time is an illusion. It went from all orange to orange with a pinch of pink and blue. Everybody's favorite color combination. I followed the sketch pretty close here as well. We're going to need to pull it down pretty far. Okay, I'm actually going to leave the sketch open for this part. And this is not even, like I said last time, this is not what counts as, like, my leafy edge. But having this edge makes the leafy edge a lot more believable. So. Depends on the blue. That's true. The blue is the determining factor there. You're not wrong. Okay, and then I don't need to worry about anything over here because it's going to be hidden by the great and glorious shoulder of the night. So. Easter egg blue. The worst blue. It's like sky blue had a baby with the color of Tums antacids. All right, let's hide that sketch. See? There you go. Look at that compared to what I had last time. My God. Okay. That's much better. Moving right along. This is going to feel like a lot more progress, too. Because we'll see big chunks of it done. Because I won't have to be switching brushes every 30 seconds. Which is what I was doing to myself before. So. Not brush, Austin. Oh, that's how I screwed that up last time. I accidentally pressed the B shortcut rather than the... Oh, that's right. There isn't a shortcut for this type of tool because Photoshop hates me. Forgot about that little nugget of detail there. So I'm going to try and do something relatively specific with these edges because I want to sell the edge of the bush being here, right? Which means we want that shadow that I painted in to be strongest right over the edge. So let's get rid of the sketch and you can see what I mean here. So I want that shadow, like I want to blend it out over here so that it feels natural. But then I want to push this up so that it feels like there's a nice edge here, which is going to sell even more later. Oofda, what's going on there? Come on, Austin. Learn to blend. Oh, it's because of the scattering. I'm getting scattered. Okay. Whatever, that's close enough. I can fill this. Oh, that's pissing me off. Okay, come on. Get. Ah, it's getting worse, not better. Okay, that's good enough. Let it go, Austin. Okay, and then I want to rough this up a little bit. And this is going to be getting some direct light. So I don't want it to be quite as dark as what I have going on here. And yet, well, kind of, I guess it's going to be similar, but I don't want it to be quite as dark. I still don't want it to stand out, even though, like, logically, this probably should be a little more lit up from the perspective of the actual look of the image. Not really sold on the idea. What do the mushes even do? That I can't answer for you, unfortunately. I don't know enough about the game, but I'm sure somebody here does. I have learned a lot about the game by proxy, but not quite that much. Okay, I'm going to push this blue all the way up into this spot here. I keep saying blue. It's a really blue-green is really the color that I'm referring to here. But this color right here, my central color. Okay, and then I'm going to go around and give this its edge. And it is kind of crazy what pushing the edge in does for the look of the shrub. It's like, even though this is not the part that really sells it, it's more the extended leaves that bring it together. This still does wonders for the overall look of just even this base layer. Okay. We'll leave that like that. The other thing is we don't want to... I have a tendency to fall down the rabbit hole a little bit with little details like this that I can't stop myself from touching. Okay, you know what? You know what? I'm done with you. Go away. Get out of here. I'm just going to paint over you. See how you feel about that. Got him. Okay. Then we want to go back to my smudger. Finish this edge over here. But see, it's this exact ability to smudge the nothing into the edge that lets me make this rough edge, but was also causing my problem down there. So, you know, you win some, you lose some. But do you see how this, like, really digital, really fuzzy looking line just kind of disappears into the painting as soon as you do that much of it? Just that much muddying of the colors, and suddenly you've got something that looks completely different. So now we're on back wall left. Doing this same thing. And we are, like I said, going to favor the dark. And actually, I'm going to just push that dark all the way over behind this other shrub. Because that way, it can be our nice shadowy edge that'll sell our shape. When we go through, I'll be thanking myself deeply when we go through and do the lighting pass. Which, damn it, is happening today. I refuse to let anything else happen. I'm finishing this sucker today. Just need to... Ooh. See, doing that push and pull blending around the edges can get awfully messy when the computer's trying to make calculations about what you're trying to do. I do notice that that's a little muddier. My first shrub is a little muddier than what I'm doing right now. So I probably will rough this up a little more, but not much more. Okay. Yeah, there we go. I'm liking that. Okay. So then we go to here. I really need a shortcut for that. I'm not in the right spot. Path left base. There we go. Yeah, see this, I feel like if it's so small, I don't have as much... I had some luxury with that previous shrub for pushing and pulling. That I don't really have right now. Uh-oh. No, I want you there. There we go. So now I can see the actual edge of my big shrub, which goes right there. So I just want to make sure I'm not wasting time, because I was going to work on this section here, and I was pretty sure, and it is, that was going to be covered. So much luxury. So fancy. Okay, back wall right now. So we're going to pop in on this guy and smudge it on up. And then we'll be moving on to dropping some leaves in on these guys. And that's going to be so much nicer. That's where you're really going to see the difference in doing it this way, as opposed to doing the entire shrub and then moving on to the next shrub. you'll really see the consistency in the leaves. It's going to make a big difference. So we will get to that part momentarily. What am I seeing right here? Is that part of this? I guess I just was okay with that. Not really okay with it right now. Oh well. It's definitely not time to go back and change things that are already fine. So if that sticks out to me when we're looking back on the whole image before I do lighting, then I'll fix it at that point. But for now, we are going to focus on the task at hand. Just like that. There we go. Yep. And it gives this kind of mottled look that almost looks like a paint palette, you know, where it's just like splotch of color here, splotch of color there, and it's kind of blended, kind of not. And that just kind of gives you a feel that supports the way that light goes through trees. So when you have it as the backdrop to the actual leaf texture and everything, they cooperate. Okay, just gonna push this edge into it here. And I definitely don't want things to be too even when I'm doing this edge. Like, you see how I took a chunk out of it here, and there's like a little bulge here? Because that's, I mean, especially with like crawling vines, which is kind of what this foliage looks like. That's kind of what they do, you know? They just kind of pop in and out somewhere. This is the Radiance song right now. Yeah, we'll be experiencing that quite a lot tomorrow. Well, maybe not tomorrow. I don't know. The Radiance fight. Whoa, sorry, Jesus. The Radiance fight is likely going to be our finale for Hollow Knight, at least for a while. Because I have some other platformers on my list, and I'd like to get to them. So that's probably actually not going to be tomorrow, because I'm not quite ready to put Hollow Knight to bed yet. I don't really have to rough up the texture here, because this is, I mean, you can tell from the shape, this is what's cut out by Hollow Knight's head. But, or by Ghost's head. I'm so excited for Silksong. I can't even tell you. I'm so ready for that game. And I would desperately like more information. Oh, I know. Yeah, there's still quite a lot we can do. And I would like to do a lot more in that game, but it's also a very broad game. And I don't want to do, I mean, you know, I like bouncing around, and I don't want to do platformers every day. So if I'm going to be doing another platformer, I kind of want to give Hollow Knight a break. At least that's my plan. Okay. I'm happy with that. You can actually even kind of see the lighting I was going for already, which is really encouraging. Okay. So now it's leaf time. So we can go back. If I bring my info up here, it was the pastel brush. Pastel brush. And then angle 51, roundness 39, spacing 143. So this is going to be 51. This is going to be 39. Spacing 143. And there we have leaves. Oh, I have to change the flow to 100. And then we're done. Okay. And, you know, I haven't 100% decided what my next platformer is going to be. I know there are quite a few that have been on the requested list for a long time at this point. And I'd like to get to, well, I'd like to get to all of them. But what I really need to decide is where I'm going first. Oh no, Syria, you've fallen asleep. I'm sorry. You gotta get sleep, though. That's important. I want you to be healthy. You can't be watching my streams if you're not getting any sleep. So that's okay. Did I take down the brush size? I didn't. Nice work, Austin. Nice work. Okay, well. So that should be... That's too big. Now, we did this last time, and I overdid it. So we've got that size, that size, that size. Two o'clock p.m. is better. Like as a time to start. Ooh, I feel like the last size was the right one. This seems too small, doesn't it? Oh, Animal Crossing songs. Animal Crossing songs. I got you. I got you. I like the Noon song because it sounds like the Tequila song. The beginning, it sounds like the very beginning of the Tequila song to me. Do 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 do. So I'm a big fan of Noon. I feel like that's my size right there. I have, yeah, that's my size. So I'm gonna take that down, 125. Well, I mean, after the trumpets or whatever horns come in Tequila, it doesn't quite sound as much like the Animal Crossing song. But the beginning of it, where it's just the acoustic guitar, that's perfect. Size 125. Okay, now I won't forget, but it shouldn't be a problem anymore anyway. Alright, so those... You're a fan of 10 a.m. I think I remember which one that is. I hear that one a lot because that's when M is playing while I'm getting set up. Well, actually, not anymore. She's back at work now. So I'm home alone again. I'm so lonely, guys. Okay, back wall. Oh, no. Path, right. L1. And we'll do all three leaf layers. Path, right, L2. And then path, right, L3. And we'll actually get rid of that guy. And so these three layers here will join path right. So I guess they were in the right spot. I mean, they did a great job with the music for this Animal Crossing. I never played the other ones, but I heard the music quite a bit because M has always been a fan of the series and we've been together a long time, so. All right. So, leaf layer 1. Leaf layer 1. That means we need swatches. So the darkest layer is what I do first here. Have your favorite games... Have my favorite games opening song. You know, I couldn't have said it better myself. The music in New Horizons is great. It is excellent. Serial, I think you may be falling asleep faster than you realize. Oh yeah, I made it music only today, guys. Sorry. I didn't really want to go memey. Wasn't feeling it. That's not going away. I just wasn't feeling it today. Okay, I need to remember the detail here. So, whoop, hey. Whoa. Okay. So, one thing to keep in mind is the way the scattering works. So, you see how repetitive that looks? I think we're going to turn the scattering setting on. If we turn that on... That makes a little more randomization, but the biggest thing is going to be... Oh, it isn't a meme? Ah. Well, tell you what. I'll just turn it back to whatever. And I'll just ask you guys to keep it pretty mellow today if we can. But yeah, let me just turn that... I had a feeling that setting was going to be too... just aggressive. I never turned that on before, and I thought today I'd give it a try. Immediately, it lets me down. Okay. Well, it's gone now. Go ahead and resubmit. Oh, Benzagon took care of it for you. Okay, good. Oh, the Persona 5 opening cinematic. Right on. So yeah, we will have leaves going off the outside. It's going to be important to just kind of randomize this. But I need... Hold on. I don't want my swatches visible. And those leaves just feel gigantic to me working on this smaller shrub, but I know they're not. So, and I know what happened last time. And we need to learn from what happened last time. And so these dark leaves, we want them everywhere. We do. We really do. But I still, like right in here, I basically want them gone. Okay, these are not going to sell our shape very much right now. But as we add in more, it'll all kind of team up. What's happening right now? Oh, it's the collector. It's like, this is intense. You gotta eat a late lunch and then go to bed? I have so many questions. Okay, so then we're gonna go back to layer 2. And we're gonna grab the mid color. Oh, so you won't go to bed. Well, don't do that, man. I don't want... You're making me feel responsible for your health here. Yeah, take a nap. Feel better. Do what you gotta do. Nobody's gonna judge you for needing a rest-a-rooney. Okay, so we want to catch that edge. We want to be up here for sure with that color. We want to come through here and down and around in there. And a little bit of a catch right here. Then we're going to get that nice, real vibrant green. And that's going to bring us home. This shrub looks so much better than the last one did. Holy crap. Okay. Hey, Hermit. I am finishing up this Hollow Knight painting today. It has been the bane of my existence for about a month, so I'm finishing it. Just been doing little bits at a time here and there, and time's up. I want to get it up so that I can, I don't know, post it somewhere. It's not like I really plan to do anything with this, but what are you up to today, Hermit? Okay, we're going to get that nice bright green, and we're going to drop that on the top. And this is what really, go away swatches, this is what really makes it pop right there. We want the sketch layer so that I can see where it's going to be. A little bit over there, one here, maybe one there. Definitely along this top edge. Worked late, just dying in the couch before bed. Hey, thanks, man. I'm happy with it. How was work? Did you have a good work day? Sounds like you're all tuckered out. Sounds like I'm tuckered out. I can barely talk. I'm not. I'm wide awake, just incapable of speech. That looks so much more like the other shrub. God, I feel so much better about that. Okay. Yeah, the difference actually, now that I look at it, and we can fix it with the layer that sticks out the most, which is the highlight layer. Come on, get that last little bit. Get it. Get it. Go. Nice. Okay, perfect. We're going to turn the sketch on. We're going to hide the swatches. And we're going to rotate the brush the other way. Like that. Because this is the way the leaves are angled on the other tree. So we're going to angle them that way on this tree. Because that is why our lighting looks inconsistent. That was what was doing it. So now, I'm hoping... Oh, please don't tell me I have to do the leaves for the third time. That just occurred to me. I do, don't I? God damn it. I totally do. I totally do. Okay. The main... It's not that this looks bad. It's that it doesn't match. That's the problem. I should have done them all together the first time. But there is no way in hell I'm undoing that first shrub. We got the undercarriage to look right. So we just need to get this part to look right. So if we have... Yeah, see, those angles match these angles a lot better. So we're gonna go... I'm gonna update my note. And we're gonna go, rather than an angle of 51, we're gonna go with an angle of minus 51. Actually, right now it's at minus 48, so I might as well just use the same thing. I'm mostly a Photoshop guy. I'm not much of a traditional painter. My hands shake, so I have trouble. That's mostly an excuse, because I've never. The reality is I've never really put the work into it. But it's really frustrating for me when I'm trying to do a steady line and my hands just keep quivering, and I don't have that problem in Photoshop. So I tend to prefer Photoshop just for ease of use and comfort reasons. Are you a painter, Hermit? My girlfriend does traditional painting. She's quite good at it. Okay. Oh, come on. The answer's C. Oh, you have a degree in graphic design. Right on. I have a minor in digital art. My degree's in television writing and production. But yeah, Control Z is crucial for me. Absolutely crucial. Yeah, I need me some undo in my life. It gives you more freedom to just experiment, you know, just put stuff down on the page and see what you're happy with, and if you're not happy with it, just get rid of it. And the ability to modify a layer, you know, after you've already painted on top of it. Like the value of that for me is, it cannot be understated. Overstated? Can't be overstated. Oh, local television cameraman and producer. Right on, man. Right on. Yeah, I was a production assistant for 2 years, and then I started working with a company that ran, I guess, kind of trade shows, and I am not with them at this time. Thank you, coronavirus. And right now I'm doing this. And I have another side gig that I'm doing right now as well. That's more of the support. But right on, man. Are you working in, like, news or narrative, or what do you tend to get passed around by the network? What's your usual dealio? Hey, thanks, Hermit. Appreciate that. You're a cashier for Wendy's when Rona's over. Right on, Serial. Right on. Don't forget a pro Twitch streamer. Right, yes. Clearly a pro. That... There you go, Moody. Moody has risen from the woodwork at the mention of Wendy's. Okay. Yeah. There we go. That's better. And then we take our mid color here. No. Right along the top edge of that, and in here, and a little bit there, and along this, and down into here. Wendy sent you here. Yeah, exactly, Benzagon. It's all a clever ploy. He's a narc. Hey, those sponsorships pay dividends, okay? Those sponsorships that I absolutely, definitely have in real life. Bum, bum. Yeah, that should be catching the light real strong. That's important to me. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Okay, well, we'll fix that in a second. Okay. Catch a little bit of light right there. Where's my sketch? A little bit right there. A little bit right there. A little bit right there. And up into here. Definitely right here. We want some of that. That blends, baby. There it goes. Hey, a living's a living, man. You got a job, you should be proud of it. Doesn't matter what you're doing. Going out there getting it done. I used to work at Wood Ranch, and it's a steakhouse, or kind of a burger joint slash barbecue, whatever. One of my favorite restaurants, personally. But I used to work there, and there was a guy that I worked with who would constantly complain about working there. It's like, dude, he's like, no, we just work in a restaurant, man. It's stupid. It's like, okay. I mean, everybody works somewhere. You need a job, right? I feel like bagging on yourself for something like that is, not much point to it. You should be proud of yourself. Where are you located, Hermit? Don't have Wendy's or Denny's. What do they serve you? Actual food? It's ridiculous. I'll just fill in my error over here. Wish we had anything. What do you have in the way of fast food there, Benzagon? For those who don't know, he's in Argentina. Wee wee. Benzagon has turned French on us. McDonald's and Burger King, and that's it. Nothing else. Well, I'm torn, right? Because on one hand, but on the other hand, I mean, you don't have to die horribly of diabetes, so, you know, win some, lose some. I don't know. Okay, and we're going to wait on the scratch layer, so we're going to go around and do this leaf layer for everybody now. But as we go through, we're going to group these off. So, path right, shrub. So that in context is going to look pretty nice. If we have the doorway shrub on and we turn the sketch on, yeah, that's going to look very nice. And it does, it feels now, and I think it's partially because the leaves are going the right direction. That made a big difference for me visually. So that's something I kind of want to keep in mind. I think I got lucky when we drew the first shrub. Because I have a feeling, like, because the light in this picture is coming here. Let me explain this. The light in this picture is, God damn it, Austin. There we go. The light in this picture is coming this way, right? It's coming from the top right, moving toward the bottom left. So it would make sense that the leaves that are going to catch the light the most are the ones that are perpendicular to the path of the light. So I think in terms of making this illusion work, the fact that I angled the leaves that way the first time was just a stroke of dumb luck. And that's exactly what I should have been doing. So, because now that these turned, I buy this so much more. The gaps look like gaps. That's a lot better. That's a lot better. It's not quite as good as the first one. But it's also not a centerpiece, and it's not right behind our main character. So I'm not, as worried about it. And after we get our sparkles in, stuff's going to happen. Just you wait. Okay, path left. So we need 1, 2, 3 more layers there. We'll get rid of that. This is L1. This is L2. And this is L3. If you're lucky, you'll find a knockoff Subway. Japan McDonald's sucks. Knockoff Subway's not cheap, and Japan McDonald's doesn't have the same chicken nuggets. Suspiciously octopus flavored. Herman, where'd you say you were from? I missed that. Norway. Mostly potatoes and herring. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed that. That was funny. But they're the best damn potatoes and herring you can find. Okay, so just really want to make sure I follow the instructions I laid out for myself over here. Damn right. And we do want the dark leaves throughout, but we want to favor these places, like basically anywhere I've drawn a line. Those dark shadows are the closest thing to line work I have, so I'm going to cling to them like they're my last hope for survival. You saw Wendy's at a gas station in the middle of nowhere. I'm honestly amazed. Although gas stations in the middle of nowhere are their natural habitat, so that may have something to do with it. So that can catch some light. We can catch some light in here and on there. And we can have some of these leaves down here, especially, like I said, because this one is technically in direct sunlight. Well, not sunlight, whatever the hell this ominous light is. Like, technically, because of our light direction, it should be just bathed, right? So I'm not going to go too dark with it, but I also don't want it to be this big, distracting, glowing blob in the corner. Because I already have one of those in the form of the knight's head that we've already cropped out of the scene. So I don't really want another one, you know what I mean? That's really my main concern here. Maybe I just went too heavy with the leaves on the last shrub, because I'm liking the way this one looks a lot better. I may have just gone too heavy. A little fish taste, but not octopus. Probably would cost $4 there. Hey, it's the conversion rate, man. What are you going to do? Not saying it's a good thing. I just, you know. It's just math. Okay, so we're going to catch the top of this and into here. This I should hit this pretty hard. And like I need to use some pressure variation here more than I'm using it. That shrub looks a lot better than the last shrub. Watch me circle around and paint that last shrub a 4th time after this is all over. Watch it happen. I know myself. It's gonna happen. Paint it there, damn it. Thank you. The randomization you can get on these brushes is nice when you need randomization, but my god does it frustrate me when I'm trying to put something down in a specific place. I just got re-welcomed to my own chat room. I wonder if I missed anything. Went from $1 to $100, to $1 to fucking 140, dude. Like 1 to 100 was not that long ago. We had that conversation, what, like 2 weeks ago? Jeez, man. That is something. Criminy. Hold on. Just one moment. Okay. Yeah, it's a severe situation, Serial. That's for sure. All currencies are weaker now because of the great and powerful Rona. Yeah. That's for sure, Hermit. Yeah, the world's about to get awfully pricey. But, you know, we'll recover. Human beings are cockroaches. We always find a way to stay stable, at least in some form or another. A lot of awful things happened as a result of this, but humanity is a barnacle. Your country needs to pay a lot of money by Friday, and there's no money. Oh, God. Oof. Oh, God. What an age we live in, guys. I almost merged those layers. I want to group those layers. Yeah, it's fortunate to be a rich country in a time like this. It's really good news. I would prefer to be in a rich country that was making, better decisions, but we don't need to get into the depths of that right now. Path left. Shrub. Doink. Okay. And then back wall left is what we're doing next. You accept immigrants. Unfortunately, my career has me pretty hard and fast tied to Los Angeles because I have dizzy, fantastical, unlikely daydreams of my own future that I would go insane if I didn't pursue. So I am stranded here. Desafortunadamente. Cereal. Cereal's on the way. Hope you made an extra bed and some more dinner. Okay, so this one we're going to be really heavy with these dark leaves. And I'm doing circles so that we can fill in these spaces and still have it feel kind of poofy, which is important to this. Where can I sign up? Well, when you guys all move to Norway, let me know how it goes. Okay, that's pretty filled in there. I need to get rid of the swatches. Yeah, and I'm glad I did, because there was totally a hole behind that. Yeah, see, but you can already kind of see the depth. But it's gonna blend together so nice, guys. I'm so excited. UJP cereal. I know that wasn't directed at me, but what does that mean? I need a shortcut for my swatch layer. Oh, Japanese. No, cereal's from Oklahoma. Oh, cereal. You lived in Japan for foreign exchange student program. That's really, really interesting. What was that like? I did not know that about you. I thought I explained to you guys that when you start coming to this channel, you need to fill out the paperwork so that I know everything about your entire life history. We talked about this. That's how you know Japanese McDonald's suck. Hey, I thought you might have just been making a guess, and I wasn't going to question you. we can say we were catching a little bit in here, but really not much. I don't want much of that at all. Where's the 4? See, now you've called my bluff, and it's awkward. Look what you've done. Now we're all just uncomfortable, Hermit. You auto-signed it the second you typed it, chat. That's really coming along. I'm really feeling that. And you're losing some detail in where it gets the darkest dark, but that should be happening. Like, that's right. Ooh, sorry. Cracked my knuckles right into the mic there. That's definitely what should be happening. So now we need to get this next section. I'm feeling on a roll right now, guys. And that roll hopefully will not guide me directly into a brick wall. Group from layers. And this one is back left shrub. Doink. And back right. No! Do not delete back right. Add 3 more layers instead. Don't remove. Add. Grow the life. Grow the brand. The hell am I talking about? It was a great experience being in Japan. You loved the culture and stuff. I've always wanted to go to Japan. I have never traveled very much. I'm very... It's weird because I grew up in Orange County and, you know, so I'm right next to Los Angeles, and I had tons of people that I went to school with that were from all over the country and all over the world, and I've never traveled much. I mean, like, as in terms of my own country, I've been to Oregon, Washington State, and DC, Maine. Well, I mean, obviously California, that's where I live. Arizona, Pennsylvania, and then outside of the country, I've only been to Mexico. That's it. Oh, I've been to Hawaii one time. But yeah, I've never traveled much, and I'd really like to. It's something Emily and I have talked about quite a bit. We both would like to travel. She did travel growing up, but so for her it's more like she misses it, whereas for me it's more like I'd like to experience something it feels like I never really got the chance to. Not really that I felt like I missed out. Like, I liked my childhood. I wouldn't really change anything. But we just didn't travel a lot. That wasn't the way we did things. Have some family in Orange County. Do they wear too much makeup and spend time in tanning beds? Because that's what we do here. That's our culture. You've been to Miami, Las Vegas, Arizona if you count the Grand Canyon, and Houston. They do. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm really not surprised. It's not made up. The things you hear about Orange County, they're true. My high school's nickname, amongst the other schools in the district, was the pharmacy. Because the drug of choice in my high school was pills. Like, what high school drug of choice is pills? That's like 40-year-old housewife drugs. Soy boy high. It's just, it's so strange that was the chosen one. You could travel to Chile, Argentina, Brazil, Uruguay, Paraguay, and Colombia with just your ID. So the equivalent of a state system. I mean, so basically like the EU, which is what you told me before about it's the Mercosur. Did I pronounce that right? And how long ago did you guys back out of that? Argentexit. So here we want to fill in. It's important that the dark layer is the backmost layer, which is why I keep shifting things around when I make a mistake, because then it feels more, I guess, buried. Like it peeks out from behind stuff legitimately, which sells the look. A few weeks ago. Yeah. Well, I guess, you know, no time like the present to make ridiculous political decisions seems to be the style right now. So, you know, at least you're on trend. You can look at it that way. Okay, we're catching lots of light over here, so I'm gonna kind of just be really liberal with this. Just kind of, just wherever it's feeling prominent, I guess. Like, there's probably a little tufty right in there. Maybe something up in here. And that's going to get darker, especially because we have that thing right there, which would be in front of it. So we're not going to let it get too light up in here. We're going to have it more topside. And maybe a lot right in here. Okay, I feel pretty good about that. This is looking significantly leafier, which makes me happy. So the next step is I'm going to be doing what I don't know what people who know what they're doing call it, but I call it the scratch layer. And that's something I need to do for every single one of these shrubs to kind of give them that climbing vines feel that this one has, where you have some of these strings coming through and stuff like that. So that's what's next. Oh, back right shrub is what this should be called. Consistent nomenclature, Austin. It's crucial. Okay. You heard injecting Lysol helps. Yeah, I heard that too. And I'm a little upset about the fact that I heard that. Injecting Lysol. I mean, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Please, sir, give us a demonstration. Are you volunteering for that experiment? Okay. Yeah, so okay, yeah. So I'm doing my scratch layer, but what that means is that I need to figure out what my brush was for that last time, which I don't really remember. I want to say charcoal pencil. Let's look at that. We're going to need a new layer just to play with. What's that look like up close? Ah, that is the right kind. Okay, so it was charcoal pencil, except spaced out like that. Yep. And then fatten it up and increase the flow. We don't need this brush. Having prostate problems. Need max flow. There we go. How about 74? That's about right. Okay, and we want a nice dark color, which should be on our swatch layer still. What color did I use for that? I mean, it's one of those. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. Does that look like the same color? No. No, it does not. I'm really surprised about that, though. What if, okay, so it does seem to be the right density. Maybe a little more spaced out. Something like that. Yeah, that looks better. So what happens if I bring the opacity down? Aha! So it looks like I am using the right color. 39. Bingo. All right, folks, we're in business. So we're going to take this layer I just made, and we're going to drop it into the path right shrub group. Open that up. And this goes between the leaves and the base. And we go scratch. Doink. So what's the situation in Norway right now? I'll shamefully admit I've tuned out a lot of the global news about this because it started getting really frustrating for me. How's Norway doing? And then this, I think what I did last time is there we go. I just want to see what, before I start laying stuff down, I just want to see what this looks like. That looks like about what I want it to look like. So why don't we just see if that works for us. And then using those... Hey, Corsenton, how you doing? Using those, we can kind of, like, where there's a gap like this and it feels like you need something that might feel like a little bit of vine, you can just drop that in. Hey, thanks, Hermit. I appreciate that. Thanks so much for the 100 bits. Starting to get back to normal. Schools have opened and restrictions are slowly getting lifted. It's surprising how okay everything has gone. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I mean, that's just great to hear. Hey, thanks, Corsenton. Corsenton. Got it. Just wanted to make sure. This is what we're working on so far. We actually do have some characters in place, just to give you a peek. We have Hornet. As I was saying... Oh, for the love of God, Austin. You can do this. We have Hornet. There you go. Complete with a needle. Doink. So, you know, it's coming along. But right now I'm buckling down, focusing on these leaves and trying to get the body of this painting in, because it's been eluding me in a way that I've been finding rather frustrating. But it's been looking really good today, so we're gonna keep going with this roll, and I'm gonna carry this painting all the way to the end today. So if you feel like popping in and checking in on our progress, today should end with a finished painting. Advertise a fake product. Royal Norwegian Immigration Department. The Royal Norwegian Immigration Department invites you to come live in a country that has made semi-okay decisions in these trying times. We know that you may live in a place that might be inviting you to drink bleach or make other possibly dangerous and life-threatening decisions. Please, try Norway. TM. Oh, Corsenton, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. I think this needs to be a higher opacity, because I think what I did, in fact, we can check. Thanks, Hermit. Sometimes they turn out better than others. That one was like a solid 5 out of 10. Alright, so what we should do is we should open up my other shrub, the biggin, and click on my scratch layer. That's at 100% opacity? Okay. Well, that was not what I was expecting. Okay. What I was going to say was I thought that I had drawn these at full opacity and then just brought down the opacity of the whole layer, because this looks really even. See what I mean? Like where these cross over, there's no overlap. So it doesn't really look like opening Battle.net just to uninstall WoW. Well, that's what you get, WoW. Not judging the US. We do have a lot of people, And the cities are really dense, and that that impacts a lot of social policy. But I mean, come on. There are points to be made on both sides, but there are definitely some things that are not being handled well here. I'll avoid specifics, but not saying anything, Herman. Takes 80 gigs? Does that take 80 gigs? God, I need to uninstall that. I literally only downloaded that for that RT game stream, and then I never opened it again. Yeah. I raised the opacity, and I feel better about this. I don't know that it's gonna match. Oh, that matches, right? I think that matches. We're gonna leave it at that opacity, and I'm gonna bring the spacing back down, and I think that'll get it. Okay, I'm feeling very warm here, so let's bring the brush size down. Almost there. Oh, come on. Come on, you know you want to. Maybe just 80. Oh, it's so close, guys. It's so close. I really want it to match. Am I going to play GeoGuessr later? Probably not today. It's not on my schedule for this week, actually, but if there's some demand for it, I'm always open to change my schedule around. My schedule changes all the time anyway. Cyril, are you asking what GeoGuessr... I thought you've been there for a GeoGuessr stream, haven't you? Where is the schedule? Oh, God, I keep forgetting it doesn't... yeah, hold on. I'll get that fixed for you guys. I have the schedule up in their new... They have a new format now. Sorry, hold on. You and Icy play a lot? Yeah, I'd like to play again. Schedule exists. It's actually uploaded. It's just I only uploaded it in their new schedule panel because they made it look like that was functional, and I guess it's not. Right now I have Art today, Hollow Knight tomorrow, Terraria/Terraria, I can never pronounce it right, on Wednesday, Minecraft on Thursday, Kerbal Space Program on Friday, and Mario Maker on Saturday. That's my schedule right now. I'll get it up in the panel, because that's annoying. You guys should be able to see that. Sorry about that. But yeah, I'm definitely down to get GeoGuessr back on the schedule again. I have a lot of fun with that. Serial, you just reminded me that I need to send Icy a message so that we can play Minecraft together. Okay, so these vines always look really stupid to me when I'm doing them up close, and then after it's done, they sell the image. So I'm just gonna do it and then walk away. You've been playing for 3 days on Master Mode. Yeah, I'm gonna start playing Terraria. You missed 2 streams playing it with friends. So that's where you were. I see. I see. The truth comes out. Well, I'm going to be playing it on Wednesday. Yeah, see what that does? Like just this little patch here, it just does a thing. Yeah, that's some serious dedication, Moody. I was surprised when you weren't there for the Bastion stream. It all makes sense now. Okay, so we're going to go through and scratch up the rest of these because we finally found our brush. So path left strub, Isa strub. Just wherever it feels like I'm seeing too much flatness. Just go in and mix it up. Muss it up. Oh, nope. Not like that, though. You can show up whenever you want to, Moody. But if you don't want to see the second half of a stream like that, I totally get it. Hey, Pimp, how's it going? Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. I need to add more soundboard stuff. Not too much, but I want to add some more. I kind of want that one. The Kronk. Oh, yeah. It's all coming together. That one. I want that as a soundboard. Okay. Back left. Can we just switch these so that it stops confusing me? There we go. Pimp, I caught the second half of your stream yesterday. I was there. I was just silent. I just need you to know. I had a bit of an incident with my computer last night. we had some things happen. Had another breaker blow. Silent but deadly. Is there something I need to be concerned about, Serial? Do I need to put on some nose plugs? Are you trying to warn us of something? Now's the time. Let me know. Okay, we got some scratch in there. It's pretty dark here, so it's not going to show up very much anyway. But that's okay. Okay. Perhaps. I don't like how vague that is. But anyway, yeah, Serial. I was looking at putting together... Phoebe's behind me. Phoebe is behind me. Hi, Phoebe. She's sleeping. M's not here, so she's sleeping. Cleared over 200 gigabytes of space. That's probably going to help you out, Moody. You wrote a short story about Skyrim that happened last night. I'm excited. Can I hear it? Well, that should help you out substantially, Moody. Is that more than 50% of your drive? Because that tends to be the line for me. Having more than 50% free makes a big difference. Jen's fun to hang out with. I'm glad that she's been around more often lately. She's a lot of fun. Very funny too. She has me cracking up. You have a 1 terabyte drive, but it's more like 980, so yeah, about half. Well, you might see some improvement there, man. For me, just anecdotally, crossing the 50% line on drive storage tends to start impacting speed for me. So... that's a little bit weird, but what I'm going to do is just come through and soften it a little bit, like that. And then it's not quite so prominent. Okay, we're finding it. We're finding it. The scratchiness, it's weird how much it helps for how simple it is. Okay. She is Pimp, yeah. She's fantastic. Okay. I'm really glad I changed the crop on this. Interesting. So let's put him back on top where he belongs. Let's see. And bring the stone back on top. Well, actually, not on top of everything. This is where we're starting to actually layer things out. Okay, so we've got the stone, but the path right shrub should be in front of the stone. There we go. Can we move the knight over just a little? The game plays worse somehow. Did you clear your recycle bin? Okay, let's just you know, just scoot him over. Just scooch over there for a little bit there, Knight. Thanks, champ. Just cover that up for me. Thanks, bud. Oh, can't go any farther than that. That's where my pixel line is. So there, that's our limit. Okay, then I can go in here. Yeah, well, I mean, anything with random gen, man. Anything with random gen can get to you. Unless you're in Unreal 5, apparently. That whole, like, just watching that, I still have not recovered from watching that video. Like, the terrain generation can slow you down, but you'd be in a world that's already loaded, right? I'm just trying to help you, man. Oh, it only generates once. Oh, I thought it was more like Minecraft where it was generating as you moved around. I didn't know that. That is news to me. Ooh, I know. Okay, so we're going to take that back right shrub, and we're going to move it over a little bit. This is going to look weird, but it's okay. Go on. There you go. There we go. Okay, that fixed it. Okay, so it's beginning to be a full whole image. It still needs stuff added to it, but we're in great shape right now. Okay. So now I think it's time for splatters. Yep. I think it's time for splatters. So gonna get rid of him and her and that. Not that. And that. And why is that all the way down here? There we go. You were about to play Halo until a 20 gigabyte update apparently gave you a less than friendly hello. I'm so sorry about the update that's apparently inside you right now. That's unfortunate news. All right. Let's get some sparkles going. It's this new internet. Yeah, they should have kept the old one. Okay, so I need to look at my original because we have these. I'm gonna copy these layer styles, but we're gonna tweak them based on perspective. So, oh, Verizon's gigabit. That's what's causing you a problem. That's a bummer. Sorry to hear that. I'm just trying to think about how I want. Sorry, bear with me for a second here, guys, because one of the things that I'm trying to focus on here is I have these yellows that kind of pop out where the light is catching, and then I'm using this more aqua-y color where we have the darkness to kind of help sell my depth a little bit, because we have all of these leaves and they look cool, sure, but they just blend into a big blah that doesn't really have any shape anymore. So we're partially selling that shape with the lights. So I'm kind of trying to think like how much I should put in here and stuff like that, because this is blocked, right? So we'll have some blue down in here, and that'll help make this feel more in shadow. And obviously we're going to have a ton of the blue over here, but that is going to have the negative side effect of blending these two together. So, you know, there's some good and bad here, but I think I should just start. And we'll figure it out as we go. Hey, it's an upgrade if they say it is, right? Okay, so let's... I think I'm going to start with the back left shrub, because that one's going to be the most forgiving for me. And we're going to go 2 more layers. Lights 1. Okay, no. Thank you. Lights 2. Or you know, 2. There you go. And now we need to figure out what my brush situation was for this part. Which... we know it was it's the standard splatter brush. Or spatter brush, I guess is what they call it. It's using gigabit, but it caps each individual device. Ah, yeah, that's definitely not a good home internet setup. Okay, and then we want to space this out even more. I want it pretty broad. Uh-oh. Let me block the mic. Stand by just a sec, guys. Em just got home. I'm just going to say hi. I'm back. Thank you, Phoebe, for timing that perfectly. Okay. The bird might make a little bit of noise. I apologize. Em just got home, so she's excited to have the only person in this house that she likes back in the house. Okay, so anyway, back to my brushiness. So that's too dense. We're not going to pick the color yet because that green really shows nicely against the white. So that's definitely too dense. That's denser, not less dense. Yeah, welcome back to Brushing with Austin, where I show you not how to do the real professional thing of making your own custom brushes, but how to use the custom brushes you're given in a format where you honestly can't even see me accessing the window where I'm setting that. And I'm deeply sorry about that. But all I did was I went into the brush settings and I increased the spacing. And I think I'm happy with that. So I'm going to pull up my swatches. And we're going to go for that nice bright blue. And we're going to avoid the layer styling for the time being. We don't want that just yet because it's going to be distracting. And I also forgot, while I'm putting the lights on, it's better to have them on top. Like this, because then you can see what you're doing. See how that just kind of splats on there? And it looks like way too much. Repost your story on Discord. It's a bit much for here. Well, I'm really looking forward to reading it. Benzagon from... That's a story, all right. What does that mean? Oh, I'm so intrigued. I can't wait to read it, Pimp. I can't wait to read it. I love seeing anything you guys make. So if you've painted something or written something or... I mean, anything. Made some music. Whatever. Share it on the Discord. I'd love to see it. Love to check it out. I do feel like I probably should have gone a little heavier. Like, I want less of this where the light is and more of it where the dark is. Because this is a very counterintuitive little splatter here, where it's supposed to be kind of like bioluminescence. And then the yellow is not logical at all, but it's some sort of light favoring bioluminescence for the sheer purpose of I think it looks cool. Hey, have a great night, Hermit. I appreciate you hanging out with us. You get some sleep. I'm glad you had fun watching me put some ink on a page. That's all right, Pimp. You can tell a good story with whatever grammar you got. No worries. It's about the story. We're not going to do the yellows yet. I think we're going to go through and do the blue light layer on all these shrubs, because the yellow light layer has a slightly different spacing. The blues I made a little bit more dense. So we're going to go through and add these to all of them. So this is the path left shrub, so it's the one that's down in the bottom left here. And we know we want that down close to the path to give it a little bit of a, like, James Cameron Avatar sort of feel. I'm going to put some of these blue spatters on the path because I think it's going to look really cool that way. And we do extend the blue up into where the yellow goes a little bit, but basically I just do something like that, maybe two of those. And then soften them, because they're still there, right? That's how bioluminescence works. It's there, but you're not really seeing it. It's not reacting. It's not like maxed out, but it should be there. And especially when the glow effect gets added, that's going to make a difference. That's really going to make a difference. So I like that. I know it's a slight difference, but it's there, I promise. I pinky promise. And we're going to go to the path right shrub now. I'm going to open that one up. That's the opposite of what I wanted. We're going to open that up. And we're going to add a layer here. And this should be light one. And this one's going to fade. Whoa, that spread is so aggressive. It's okay. No big deal. That's what an eraser is for. Okay. No, I definitely changed something. My brush is too big or something. There we go. That's better. Okay, so we put that on here. I want to be pretty heavy on that because our light direction is directly behind. See, do you see how that helps sell the lighting? If you know that to be the rule, right? If you know this blue pops out where it's dark, and as long as you're consistent with it, your eye picks up on it somehow. I don't know how that works, but it definitely does. It definitely does. And just clean up what went outside on us, and then we go through here and soften this in places. And that just kind of helps make it feel like if it's all the same intensity, it doesn't feel very organic, because nature isn't like that. It's not just going to max everything out. Ooh, Jen just started streaming Human Fall Flat. If you guys want to watch something interesting, here. If you like painting, let me just do this really quick. If you like painting, then, you know, stay here, hang out with me. But if you want to watch something a little more exciting, Jen is playing Human Fall Flat. It looks like a pretty fun game. I'm looking at getting it. Her channel is quite a bit of fun. Highly recommended. Good community interaction stuff too, like Jackbox and lots of fun. Ooh, it jump scares if you sub on her channel, by the way. That's a fun one. Anyway. You're watching both streams. Well, tell Jen I say hi. Okay, so we're going to go up to that back right. Do the same thing up there. And all of this, it's going to be too much right now. It's going to feel like it's washing everything out. And it's going to feel like I'm overdoing it. And I am overdoing it. That is exactly correct. But I'm overdoing it for a reason. I have a reason. And the reason is it's a lot better to overdo it and then pull back. Especially when you have the tools at your disposal that you have in Photoshop. I mean, in traditional painting, I'm sure this would not be a good idea. There's no magical eraser like what I have here on a real painting. But they added more to the game a while back, did they? Oh, you got it on PlayStation and beat it that same day. That's some commitment, man. I don't know that I've ever beaten a game the same day I bought it. That's coming along, though, guys. That's real coming along. I do my best with words. Okay, so there's light layer 1. So now I'm going to show you guys what happens when we add this layer styling. Well, you can see the side by side, actually, because you can see how these glow versus how these glow. And the difference is the dark blue ones actually glow. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to copy the layer style. I'm going to try and get Photoshop set up on the stream so that you guys can see what I'm doing a little bit better. Like, see my clicks and stuff like that. I don't know. I just feel like it's nice to have. Maybe not. Maybe it's too much on the screen. Not really important. Point is, we're going to the back left shrub. That one right there. And we're going to that light layer, and then we're going to paste that layer style. Give it that same kind of a glow. See, and now you can see it actually gets more intense, but we take what we have and we move it back and put it behind everything else. And you can see how much more subtle it becomes. To the point where you almost might want to add some, actually. Nah. No, I don't think I need to. I think I'm okay with that. Because again, it makes more sense because this is going to be darker for those lights to be showing more. But that's something I can do in the lighting pass later. So it's not something I need to be focusing too much on now because it might actually cause more problems than it solves. So yeah, see, you copy that effect and then you drop it behind the leaves and then it glows out from behind as opposed to feeling like it was just splattered on top like that. And that's an advantage of something like Photoshop as opposed to trying to do this with a traditional media, is you can work an effect like that that needs to be behind another layer in the context of the whole painting without screwing anything else up. That's the value, really. Obviously. But I just like talking. I like hearing my own voice. I don't know what to tell you. Path left shrub. We're going to paste. Oh, hey, you didn't get renamed. How did that happen? Drop you down here, and we're going to put the layer style on you also. Cool. Very cool. Then we want the path right shrub. And we want to do this. So I already did that. No. That's the back right shrub. Read, Austin. Path right shrub. We want to move that one above the scratch layer. And put the layer style on that. There you go. And so what it does is it lets the shadow kind of breathe. Okay. So now I'm going to go through and take some of this out here and there, which is going to be a much more subtle endeavor now that we have this glow effect on. Because basically every bit I erase, it's almost going to feel like I'm erasing twice as much as I am, because I'm removing the paint itself, but I'm also diminishing the glow effect in that spot. And we are going to let this, I think we're going to let the blue tell the lighting story a little bit more. Because this is, on the left, starting to feel pretty full of light. And I think we should work with that. So I'm going to go back to this layer, back on the light layer, and I actually am going to add a little bit more in here. We're going to let this one be pretty hardy, especially because it is highlighting a major scene element, which is the unconscious knight leaning against the pillar. So that'll give him a nice little highlight. You're good with blue as long as it isn't Bunny Day blue. I mean, that's not an acceptable shade of blue. Personally, if you ask me, it's not even a shade of blue. Bunny Day blue is a shade of brown. Okay. Feeling pretty good about that. What have you guys been working on? Has anybody had any projects lately they've been happy with? Path left shrub. I'm gonna scooch him. We're just gonna scooch him. Just to kind of fill that patch a little bit. There we go. Make that a little more solid, make it feel a little more connected. And I think that'll help. Oh, I didn't think about that at all. Yeah, I can't do that. What am I thinking? Not really, you've got school stuff keeping you busy. Well, that will do it. If you're a good climber, you could skip a lot. Did I miss a huge chunk of chat? Oh, you were talking about human fall flat. Scotty, what the hell, dude?
He knows how to fly.
Yeah, he does. Holy crap. Scotty's learning to fly. Definitely something wrong here. You ran a benchmark test and your components are performing at the 0th percentile? Oh, shit, dude. That's not good. That was weird. Sorry about that, guys. I don't know what caused that sound. Unless that was part of it. That might be part of it, and I just didn't know that. It also sometimes does that, so I don't know. Okay, so I'm feeling good about those sparkles. We're now going to do the yellow, which is the exact same brush with a slight tweak. So we're going to do the path left shrub again. Add another layer. We're going to call that light 2. We're going to call that light 2. There we go. And we're just going to take the same brush we're using and we're going to expand it a little bit. So it's, whoa, okay. I said a little bit. There we go, something like that. Then we go into swatches and take our yellow. And we want to just kind of pepper it on here. Ooh. That's not really showing, is it, guys? I'm surprised. Path left shrub. I'm on the wrong shrub. Why didn't anybody tell me I was on the wrong shrub? Yeah, you can't see it at all because I'm on the wrong shrub. I was confused too. Now it's all becoming clear. Let's try this again. There it is. Okay. That makes more sense. Yeah, I was on the one over on the left, which is a separate group that's ordered differently. So the entirety of, like, including the solid background layer of this shrub, everything was in front of the splatter I was trying to do. So that's what happened there. Now I understand. Shrub-a-dub-dub. Yeah, so we just gonna... We'll just pop that on top. And again, being pretty liberal on this one because I want this one in particular to feel highlighted, and I can always pull back, which I'm very much going to do with everything outside the line here. I'm just gonna cut this garbage out here. Invert that, delete all that, deselect that, and then go through and just manually soften out everything that's closer to the edge. We can let some of them glow out past the edge of the shrub because that actually looks pretty cool and just gives it kind of this ethereal quality. But I really don't want that happening too much either because I'm going to be going through on the lighting pass and manually adding some sort of firefly-like elements. And these splatters are going to look relatively similar to those. So I don't want them overpowering. Okay, so now we need to copy the layer style that we used for this one. Copy layer style. And then we can drop that on here. And that gives the yellow ones the same kind of glow. Yeah, see, this bush pops relative to the other one. Makes a big difference. Okay. So, yeah, I like the yellow. I think it's the right yellow to go with the green that we picked. So it doesn't feel out of place, I guess is what I would say. Sorry, Hornet, didn't mean to invite you to the party. This is the actual doorway shrub. This is path left. So we're gonna go light 2. Might as well. We'll wait to put the layer style on until I've placed this. This one I am painting from underneath. I do have a reason for that. And it's because the blue I was finding didn't feel, I don't know, very noticeable. When I'm actually putting something down, I need it to be really stark contrast, because I just kind of lose track of what I'm doing. It's more a testament to my lack of experience than anything, and I'm sure it's something that'll go away with time. But for now, that's kind of my situation. But with this yellow, it's so aggressive that I might as well have it closer to what it's going to actually look like. So we're going to add the layer style to that one as well. And you can see how much more aggressive the yellow looks after you've done that. But it really, I mean, it does. I agree, Benzagon. It looks really nice on there. It's one of my favorite parts of the whole thing. And I thought it was going to be the blue that I liked. And it's really the yellow. It looks really cool. Okay. So back left is going to need this, but just barely any. Like, I think I might just pacha. And that's actually it. Nobody likes Bunny Day Blue. That's it. It's the Bunny Day Blue, man. It's the Bunny Day Blue. That's what'll do it. Okay. So got a couple more, or no, just one more of these to do. But you see what I mean about how doing all of these together is giving it singing the Bunny Day Blues. Hey, Corsenton, you're still here. Glad to hear it. You enjoying what you're seeing so far? We're going to go ahead and put the effect on that too, just as an experiment. And see if I can just paint this in with the effect on in place and how I feel about that. So apart from what's left of the shrubs, what's missing? We need to draw the other ghost that's leaning on the shrub right below where I'm working. So that's a major thing. I need to draw the gate, and I need to draw... Hey, thanks, Corsenton. I appreciate that. You know, I'm not an expert by any stretch of the imagination, but I try to share what I do know. Baby ghost. Yes, we need to draw the baby ghost. And one of the things that's going to be a little more of an exploratory process for us here, which is the stones. Stones are always a pain in the butt, because it's basically just all you need to do is shade them perfectly, and then stones look great. Am I going to draw the string around Hornet? Yes, I absolutely am. Thank you for reminding me. All right, let's get this in some context. I think I'm going to go through and drop the opacity on our yellow to like maybe 88, 85. Yeah, how about 85? I like 85. Not enough to take it complete. Can you not? Not enough to take it completely out of the picture, but enough that it's not quite as overbearing. The other ones I'm kind of fine with, but it was just this one. That's coming together though. Okay, so if we drop our stone in, and we drop that stuff in, it's really coming along. So, oh, and the other thing I'm missing, Benzagon, is, well, this we're going to actually do in a cheater way. So I might as well just do it now. Where's my sketch? So you can kind of see in the sketch, there's this little line right over the knight's head, which is intended to be another one of these pillars. And it's sure gonna be, because we're just gonna copy and paste it. Because you can just barely see the very corner of it, so as long as we shade it out a little differently, it's going to look like a separate thing. It won't be a big deal at all. In fact, maybe I'll invert it. Maybe I won't, because I didn't draw the right side of that shape. I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, so we're going to duplicate this group, and we're going to call it Stone 2. And we're going to put it... Uh-oh. Careful, Austin. Maybe just don't push random buttons. Stone the second. Stone McStonington Esquire. Alright, so let's hide everything so that I can actually take... Wow, I seem to recall it being easier to move full groups. Do I have to do it that way? I guess I do. So I have to do it with a transform command, but that's fine. I actually wanted to tilt it a little bit anyway, so we're going to just move him. Thanks, Pimp. I appreciate that. And we do want another one of these over here. And that should be roughly what I'm looking for. Hide that sketch. Yeah, and once we get the lighting in, that'll feel like more a part of the environment. It looks a little weird right now. I might not stick with it. We'll see. I'm not sure. Let's play with that a little bit more. Okay, I'll let them do that. Hold on. Oh, Benzagon, you're talking about this bottom part over here. Yes, it does look off. Your eyes are not deceiving you. There should be, if you happen to have the original artwork handy, there are these large stone spheres. I'll say it. There are giant stone balls throughout the entire image. And I kind of set that one back, but I decided to instead bring it forward, and we're going to have it overlap the front. Stone pelotas. The stone huevos. So that's the reason for that weirdness. You are correct. That looks very strange. Stone huevos all around. Yeah, so all we have left to do is our little knight down here, that stone on the left, that stone on the right to fill in that space, and then the stones on the floor. And then that's it. We're really coming along here. Now I do need to figure out what brush I was using, which unfortunately I lost the recording of that part thanks to the magic of corruption. So I'm gonna have to reinvent the wheel here. And the hornet string. And the hornet string. You know what? Why don't we do that right now? That'll be something fun we can do to kind of break up. We just did all that foliage. This will give us something a little bit different. And I wanna mess with the foliage and do our depth and shading and stuff right now, but because it's bothering me that it all looks super flat. But I'm just gonna have to be patient, which is something I'm known for being excellent at. Okay, so string, which means I need to come up with. You're making me come up with another brush, Benzagon. So we're just gonna call this string. It's gonna be its own layer. Can you not? So it's your fault. She's been quiet all day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
That's all right. It's her obsession with you. I am really happy with how Hornet turned out. She looks so good. Not pat. I mean, I guess I totally am patting myself on the back, but I'm really happy with it. Okay, I'm excited. Just let me be excited. That looks like a good brush for the string. Maybe something with a little more texture to it. That's too fat, though. Maybe we can... Okay, so here's the idea. We're going to space it out. Yeah, space it out, bring the flow up, so it'll be a little more solid. Simultaneously, a little more and a little less solid. We're going for both. And then we need to get the right color, which is going to be... I'm actually going to steal from the color of her blade, because I think that'll be a nice place to start. Nice blue-gray. Okay. Which is going to look like that. So we're starting with that blue-gray, because that's actually going to look like thread. See what I mean? And then we're going to play with our old friend layer styles. Blending options. And we're going to add an outer glow. That is a little bit yellow. Just kind of a pale, but not, I don't want it to look like chemical. We want something a little closer to red than green, because the green is going to make it look really chemical. But if you have a little bit of warmth to it, it looks more like a natural, organic yellow. So what is that glow like? If we draw a line, okay, it's not looking quite like what I wanted. I see what the problem is. So you can see, because it's an outer glow, let me find a nice open space here. If I draw my line, it needs a backdrop, but I can explain it using this. So it's giving it an outer glow, right? So it's giving it a glow everywhere there's not paint, which means these little gaps in the middle that added the texture to the brush that we liked so much are being filled in. So that's problematic, which means I don't think I get to do this the lazy way, but that's okay. So rather than doing layer styles, it's likely possible to tweak these layer style settings to get the right thing. Go ahead and give it a shot, just don't turn the toaster on. Still running. We're good. It seems to be that if my computer, the microwave, and the toaster are all running at the same time, we blow a fuse. So... good to know that my computer runs at the same sort of power draw as the microwave. It's probably worse. It's probably a lot worse, actually. Okay, so anyway, clear layer styles. So, I'm sorry, my solution to this is going to be, rather than letting that glow be just determined by a function, we'll instead, like, so just to prove the point here, we'll have our little squiggles, right? And then what we'll do is we'll duplicate the layer, and bring the layer slightly down and over, right? Bring the opacity way down to like that. Seems pretty good. And then we can make it a nice yellow color. Oh, duh. Yeah, I have to do that with layer adjustments. So you pop in a layer adjustment, you alt-click on the line so that they work with each other. Oh, hey, North. I was just starting to get used to you not being around. Okay, so instead we're going to color shift this to get us that yellow. There we go, something like that. Let the lightness go up, but bring up the opacity. That way we can find this a little better, and then I'll bring the opacity to the right spot after we're done. I'm really not feeling that. Okay, so I wanted to try that out. I thought that was going to work better. I guess I'll do it the right way. And just figure out the layer styles after it's in place. So let's get it in place. You do a thing called work? Skeptical. Okay, so we need the sketch for this part. And actually, I don't even want the whole sketch. I just want the part that's got those lines on them. There they are. Oh, I want that blue-gray back, though. Yeah, I am allowed to have 3 emotes. I need to get the other 2 made. I kind of take forever to do that kind of stuff. Okay, and all we want here, we don't want, like, I should probably zoom out. This is going to take me a lot of attempts, because it's just, we just want to mimic these curves. It doesn't need to be, like, exactly the same. An enlightened lol emote. What would that be? We could do it with one of the birds. I liked one of those, but it wasn't quite what I was looking for. This part's really tedious, but the lines, when you're done with it, are so worth it. And in fact, I think I will do each of these lines on their own layer so that we can place them when I'm done. That way I can just worry about making the lines that are the right kind of curve, kind of like that. And we could even squash them and stuff after the fact if we feel the need. Next drawing stream could be an emote, no pressure. Well, you know what we could do? You got fired today because of COVID? I'm very sorry to hear that, North. I feel your pain. Yeah, Pimp, I think that's a good idea. I think we should do an emote drawing stream. Well, and what we could do is we could just... I've been wanting to do a stream where I'm just doing suggestions. And so we could do that with emotes as the theme. I think that would be fun. So maybe that's what we'll do next Monday. This is not working for me here. Ooh, no, I liked that one. Did I just Roblox ooh? Or old school Minecraft ooh? They sound very similar to me. You're going to college in 2 months and you're going to get 2 paychecks. Well, that sounds like it makes up for it. And then the last thing that'll really sell this is having it coming from around and behind. And although, depending on the placement of Hornet, where is she? Yeah, actually, all of that'll kind of be fine where it is. So if we hide the sketch, there's our string, right? And the needle's like that. It's kind of good as it is. I don't like that one of them is going right across her eyes. I'm not a fan of that. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to take whichever one that is. Oh, good. I drew the last two on the... Good thing I'm happy with their placement, because they're on the same one. That's fine. So we want layer 9, and I'm going to actually rotate this, I think. Maybe like this. Then put it a little more like here. Yeah, I feel better about that. That looks more like it's like kind of wrapping around her, because you've got the two that kind of come together right around here. I like that. Well, North, I hope you enjoy your long holiday. I would be down for an emo drawing stream. I need to draw the birds anyway, because I've been meaning to draw them just so that I can plop them places on the channel.
You better hurry, because Scotty's getting faster.
Yeah, Scotty's getting harder to keep in one place. Okay. So now we want to take our string layer. We want to group it. We want to ditch it all the way down there. Okay, not like that. I always do that. If you take the string, put it all the way under. Okay, and then duplicate. I always end up dropping something into another folder at the bottom rather than putting it where I meant to put it. Okay, so we put that new string back on top and merge the group. And then we can play with our layer styles. Which, that part, actually, I should do with the rest of the image present. Yeah, the string, it's awfully subtle. Thank you, Phoebe. That was a weird sound. It's very subtle. Maybe the glow will help? But before I do that, just to peek. Okay, we've got some of the play around part of this going on. So, what if I make it darker? Ah, okay. So, if need be, if we need to make it more prominent, we have that option. Am I pro reopen or pro lockdown? Why do you always come here and ask me a question trying to like pick an argument? I really would appreciate if you would stop doing that, like, forever. Because I know no matter what I say, you're going to have something to say, and I really don't want to deal with it right now. So why don't we not do that, okay? Yeah, I'm not laughing, bud. It's not funny. It got old kind of immediately. All right. So we are going to play with the blending options here, because I'm not playing video games right now, so I tend to leave the face cam I've been trying this lately. Because while I'm working on the drawing, I'd rather just kind of focus on the drawing. I'm going to try and... Okay, so the outer glow makes it show more. I would prefer maybe a white glow. And then... Let's just make it gigantic, right? Like a really big glow like this. And then just bring back the spread. This is going to be very tedious. Okay. Bring the size back like that. And I think I'm going to change the contour so that it falls off a little faster. Or a little slower, maybe. Maybe I want the opposite of that. It's always hard for me to tell. We'll find the glow we want. There we go. There we go. That gave us what we wanted. How do you feel about that? I feel pretty good about that. I feel very good about that. I think... Yeah, it does look pretty nice, doesn't it? It's not quite there. We need to work it a little bit more. If I sharpen that a little bit and then spread the glow. We'll do a spread of 4, maybe 5. And then just bring the range back. Okay, we'll let that sit for a little bit. Any idea for what I'm gonna do in Hollow Knight tomorrow? Well, Pimp has a bit of a list put together of the remainder of the charms we have to get, so I'm kind of interested in doing that. Yeah, charms. What did I say? Did I say badges? Charms. Whatever it is. Yeah, see, Pimp's ready to go, man. He's got us all prepped. Can I print it out? I said charms? Oh. I mean, yeah, I have a printer. I kind of feel that. I like that. What do you think about the string?
That's kind of cool.
Yeah, right? Not too much, but it's there, you know?
It's like a windy cocoon.
Well, and that's kind of what it looks like.
It's neat.
Yeah, I think that works.
And it gives her a little bit of standing out to it.
Yeah, it kind of serves as a frame. This is really coming together. Okay. There are only a few more large features. Yeah, North, I think that's what we're going to do. We really should do that. If it happens... I made my own seed icon. the seed icon we have for the channel points, I drew that. And I was about to draw a whole bunch of emotes when I drew that, and then, as per usual with me, I probably found some sort of excuse. Ooh, okay, so this gives us a nice look at the brush I was using. So we have hope yet of finding this stone texture again. So let's try and get this figured out. So that needs another... Exactly, Pimp. Now you can hold me to it. I think we'll do it on Monday. We'll do a fun little you tell me what to draw session. I think that'll be a good time. Yeah, Benzagon, there is that also. Well, and when Moody made that, I wasn't actually allowed to have more emotes, and then apparently that actually came around and I didn't notice. But what I'm probably going to do is, I like consistency. So I think I'm going to draw my own face for that emote, the one that we already have, and I'm going to replace it with the cartoon one. And then, just, if Moody's okay with it, brutally and aggressively steal and redraw his idea. So that it's in my style. And it's really just for consistency. I feel bad about asking to do that, because he did a really good job with that. I don't really want to ask him to let me do that. If you're here right now, Moody, I guess this counts as me asking. If you're not here right now, then I'm glad you didn't hear me say that. Alright, so looks like pastel. Still what I was using. Maybe charcoal? I don't think so, though. Dude, Benzagon has an addiction to gambling his points away. So it's not going to be the pastel. Of course that's what they're for. That doesn't mean we're not going to laugh at you for it. Oh, don't tell him that you can just type all. He'll never come back from that. Yeah, this is definitely the brush. So now, need to space it. What puppy? I don't see a puppy. Oh, I see the puppy. My swatches look like a puppy.
What?
There's the head, there's a back ear, there's the rest of the head, there's a snout, and there's his nose.
Oh.
I totally see the puppy. Okay, that's looking close. I was having a lot of fun playing with flow. So maybe I brought the flow down. I seem to have indeed done exactly that. So we'll also bring the opacity down. And I gotta say that looks pretty damn close. That looks about like it, doesn't it? I mean, that's certainly close enough. Yeah, that's all I can see now too. Don't worry. We're gonna go over here soon. Is Stream Elements being mean to Pimp? Alright, so now we need to hide a whole bunch of stuff. We're going to go ahead and drop the string layer into Hornets folder. Should be the top layer. Good. Okay. We don't need that. I do need the sketch. Right. I need all of the sketch. There we go. Okay, so we've got this stone right here. That's what we're painting. So we want our base gray. Alright. And then we're going to take the darker gray with a smaller brush and a lighter opacity. And we really want to... We want to sell the fact that it's nestled into these shrubs here. So we want to show our path left shrub for a second. Go underneath it. And just kind of darken around where it's being hugged. So that kind of shows the inset shadow there. While still having it catch the light. There we go. Hide the sketch. Good. And yes, it's all bumpy on the outside, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about that right now. What we need to worry about right now is making our brush really small and really low spacing, somewhere around like 15%. And then we need to draw these lines. Flow needs to be basically maxed out. Oh, and then I guess I need to counteract that by spacing it back out a little bit more. So my spacing is staying about where it was, actually. So we're going to make a circle here, ideally. I do want to compare it to what the lines look like on my other stone. So I need to use the darkest color. So that's part of my problem. There we go. Need to use a bigger brush. Oh, I guess darker still? Really? That can't be right. That's right. Okay. So we hide the swatches, we show the sketch, and we're going to redraw this. Yep, we got that. Then we're going to come around. Oh, don't want to get too... This is where my shaky hand comes in. And it's easier for me to do these as sweeps that I connect to each other. rather than... Well, you know what? Let's catch my mistake before it becomes a bigger one. We'll call this stone base. Stone etch, I guess. North, it cracks me up. You pick that every time. Is that like your favorite Disney song? It's a great song. I'm not judging. I'm just curious. This music is stressing you out. But it's contextually relevant, North. You forgot about that part. Ooh. Yeah, that's about right. That's basically every moment in Hollow Knight, so... It does. I know. And you guys are welcome to throw stuff in there to change it up. Underrated. I think it's excellent. Do people say it's a bad song? Come on, Austin. Get this. This part is a huge pain in the ass. Come on. There we go. And another one. Just need to follow. Okay. Follow the line. There we go. Okay. And around. And around. Nope. 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 There we go. And again. And then that should disappear. Whoa, what angle am I at right now? Okay, there we go. Whoa. Everybody okay? A little bit of motion sickness there. Sorry about that. Okay, hide the sketch and see what that looks like. That looks like exactly what I wanted. Okay. So then we want to take... we want to take this... Actually, same color first. And I'm going to go through and just darken this. I should do that consistently, though. So I'm going to, without picking up, because it considers it all part of the same stroke until you pick up, and you can see how where I'm overlapping, it makes that nice, well, not nice. I don't want it, but that dark line. So we're trying to avoid that. I could do this the non-lazy way by using less opaque brushes and the correct actual colors. But I could also do it the lazy way. And that's how I'm doing it. Because that achieves a very similar effect in about a third of the time. And since that's a background element, I'm happy with that. What is the Hollow Knight story? How much time you got? Okay, then we want that light color. And we're going to go in and just have this kind of catch light in certain places. So the opacity for this we want cranked all the way up. So we can just knock a couple of catches. And that little difference, you wouldn't even believe. This is always my favorite part. It's super tedious to do, and my hands frustrate me, but my god, the result. I don't feel like that's quite the right spot, though. Like here. Something like that. There it is. It's right in here. I'm finding it. Where are you? Show yourself. Come on. Come on. Maybe I have to rotate. My hand's cramping up on me. Let's rotate. Ooh, that was it. That was it. That was it. Okay, nice. And you want to make sure you put it, you know, you are thinking of your light direction all the way down to the level of which side of the stroke you're putting the highlight on. So I'm consistently putting it on the left side, left and down, relative to where the stroke is. So like this can catch light here because it's a hole. So it could catch right on the edge like that. And then when you zoom out and look at the whole image, you can just kind of see that stone there. And it still needs some texturing on it. And obviously I need to clean up the edge of it, which it's probably about time to do. So we're going to go to the base, and we're just going to erase this into a nice circle. Give me a good short story. You want the short version. Well, I'm gonna default to Benzagon and Pimp because it is a great story that I would recommend experiencing as the game rather than just hearing somebody who's half paying attention to what he's saying while painting and missed large plot points of the story. Explain it to you to the best of his ability. But more or less you are playing as a sort of shadow of the past, at least as far as you can tell at the beginning of the game. And you're seeking to remove an infection that's overtaken an underground civilization inhabited by bug people. And it's all very cute animation and... Oh, here you go. There you go. Benzagon's got your story. It's a very cute animation style to tell a very dark story, which I think is a really cool juxtaposition. So if we bring in our other stone, there's tons of lore. The lore is endless. Which is why everybody's so excited for the sequel, because that means the endless lore will grow more endless. So we're going to take that color there, make a nice big brush. I'm going to select that. And then we're going to go to the texture layer. Yeah, and we're going to make this nice and big. Kill the flow. And just drop that in there. And that is literally all it needs. And it feels more like a stone. It needs some more dark, though. Is the Pale King the end boss or the pure vessel? Neither. Neither. Yeah, there are kind of a few final bosses. I'm being really lazy with the texturing on this stone. And I shouldn't be. I definitely shouldn't be. You no. Short answer to your question is no, North. You play as a knight, yeah. I kind of want... I think I need a lighter color. This is bothering me here. Hold on. Something's not coming out right, and I think it's because of... Yep, that's giving me the feeling I wanted. What I did on that other stone was I came through and then layered in some light after I did the dark shading. And what that does is it starts to look like little points in the stone that bump up and kind of show themselves. So what we then want to do is we want to go to the stone etch, and I'm going to put an adjustment on it because this is purely because I made a mistake. It's not for any other reason. But we're going to put a hue saturation on it. Actually, maybe there's a better adjustment layer to use. Color balance. That's a better one to use. I'm going to put that above stone etch and marry it to that layer. Color balance still not right? Levels? Maybe levels? No. I always screw this up. Selective color, threshold, posterize, invert, color balance. Maybe it's just brightness and contrast. I don't think it's either of those. The absolute radiance? What the hell is that? There's always another version of the boss. There's always more. Have I ever seen Ready Player One? Yes, I have. Never read the book, but I did see the movie. Curves, black and white. Maybe it is black and white. Maybe if we go to this layer and we just blacken everything. Okay, no. We're going to find it. Hold on. What I'm trying to do is this line, I did it with low opacity, and I shouldn't have. And unfortunately, it's sharing a layer. So the lesson here is don't let your highlight share layer with your shadow, which should not need to be explained to anybody. But don't do that, because it's dumb. And I am dumb. And I'm even more dumb, because I actually did remember to separate the layers. So we've been wasting time. Home run, Austin. Good work. So that means I can just put a regular hue saturation adjustment on the stone etching. So that's so stupid. I can't believe I just did that. Yeah, see how those are blinking on and off there? Yeah. That's the blinking of Austin being dumb. Alright, so we're going to go to this hue saturation layer, and we're just going to crush that all the way down. And up the saturation. Northbreed, if you've been looking at the Unreal 5 footage, I don't think we're far off. I would be very down to get plugged into a video game. Okay, we're going to merge these layers. Stone etch. And then we are going to use a little bit of squash and stretch trickery to fudge the perspective so that we can just copy this guy into a couple of other places. So that we can have a few of these about. Oh, actually, no. Because of my lighting, I'm not going to get away with that, so never mind. Because one of these is going to have to be facing the other direction. So that I would have to flip it, which would also flip my shading, which wouldn't make any sense. So never mind. And then I'm just going to duplicate it. Yeah, we're going to duplicate and then merge and then bring the opacity back down a little bit until we find the spot we want, which I think is right about there. Why does that look so different? Is it scale? It's scale. So the problem is that those lines are really skinny. What game would you enter and how long do you think you would really last? That's a good question. Horizon Zero Dawn. Yikes. I don't know that that's the game I would pick. Sure, it looks cool, but my god, the danger.
Animal Crossing.
Emily says Animal Crossing. I'm so surprised to hear that. Isn't it so nice to see it all filled in now, though?
Oh yeah, totally.
Alright, so let's hide the sketch. I mean, that stone... Ugh. What's wrong with it? It's the texturing. It's totally the texturing. You liked the puppy DLC. If the graphics were like in in real life, you would pick World of Warcraft. Really? Ooh, Pokemon's a good choice, Benzagon. Pokemon's a good choice. What video game would I live in? Probably Minecraft. I would live in Minecraft. It would be scary, but it would be worth it.
Breath of the Wild, you could have a motorcycle.
That's true. If I lived in Breath of the Wild, I could have a motorcycle. You got me there. Is that my brush doing that? Oh, it's just because I'm working with such a faint color. Weird. Okay. Well, at any rate. Pretty sure this is the texture I want. So we're going to add a layer right here. Stone text, which should be under the etch. What was the point of the motorcycle? Motorcycle. What the hell just happened there? What was the point of the motorcycle? Vroom vroom. What was the point of the motorcycle? What was the point of the motorcycle? What's the point of anything, pimp? If you can't appreciate a motorcycle, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know why, but I hate this. I hate what this looks like right now. Actually, I feel a lot better out of... Really? That was all it was missing. I feel like way better about it right now. When was Ready Player One written? Ew, a while ago. I couldn't tell you when. Alright, Benzagon, enjoy your dinner. Oof. See, I should have done all the stone together. That would have been the move. Of course he can. Of course he can. There we go. Swatch puppy. Okay. So here's the problem. Is I'm going to have to paint a fresh one, right? I'm going to have to. Of course, Pip. I'm here for you, man. I'm here for you. I'm going to have to paint a fresh marble, right? So what that means is I need to try this again anyway. Which means, you know, the thing that it usually means, which is that I'm going to throw away the work that I just did. I'm not going to delete it. As per usual, I'm going to throw it into the dumpster at the bottom. Look at this stone. Look at it. It's nowhere near as good.
What's wrong with it?
It's ugly. Look at it. Compare it to this one. Look at that texture. Look at this texture. They're not the same.
It's like in the bushes, though.
It doesn't have any shape to it. Ooh, 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 ooh. You made me say the problem. You made me say the problem. I didn't put the eye on the ear. I think you're seeing a very different puppy than I'm seeing. This is the ear for me. It needs a highlight. That's what's missing. So if we take this color and we just crest the top of that like that, just kind of fudge that in there, just grab the edge, and then we use this. This definitely shouldn't be on the texture layer. The layers of this are becoming an absolute disaster. They're all gray. All of those colors are gray. Oh, brush opacity, or I mean eraser opacity needs to go down so that I can make this line nice and smooth. I think this is going to make a big difference. I'm going to feel a lot better about this after it's got this little highlight. Totally. Right? Yeah, I'm not even going to touch it. I'm going to leave that. I'm happy with it. I am going to touch it. I'm going to touch it a little bit. All we're going to do is just take a nice small brush and dirty this up, because it still is stone. Which means a couple of very patient what the hell? I think I made some text. There we go. There we go. Okay, now I feel better about it. And it looks, I mean, it looks a little smoother than that other thing, but kind of in the right way. So now I need to make another one. So we're going to group these, and we're going to say path left stone. And then we get to do it all over again, guys. But it should be faster this time. This is definitely the brush I should have been using. Had the brush wrong. I think that was the main thing that threw us off in the beginning, was I had the brush wrong. So this should be right above stone. That's where it should live. So path, oops. Small, round, stone. Right. Small, round, stone. Left. For just $1.99 on eBay, you can purchase for yourself your very own Emily's Nintendo Switch. Available on eBay by me so that I can have access to my game console again. You know, there's a fundamental problem with this advertisement because it's my Switch. I'm sorry, that was a bad one. You get that one for free. Ooh, Corsenton throwing in a song request. Don't worry, dog will come back. He just needs to be out of the way right now. Yeah, so we want this one here coming around to here. I'm just going to turn the flow way up so that I can fill this in because I'm getting really impatient. But it was at 9. Don't let me forget that. Okay. Oh, bye, oh, bye. I'm probably biased because this one came out when I was pretty young. I think this is one of his best ones. 1 a.m. and you can't sleep. I feel that pain, man. I've been there. In fact, I go there a lot. I live there. Okay, can we not have all of these plants in my way while I'm trying to look at this? Thank you. And it also does not matter if this is perfectly round, because we want them to look like kind of handmade. So that's a nice little corner we get to cut here. Always happy to be able to do that. Save us some heartache. And I'm also not hating having a slightly soft edge kind of throughout this entire painting. And since I already made that decision, it's really more just a visual choice. It's not like a need of any kind. But since I have made that choice, it is now a rule that I have to be consistent about, so... I think that's going to be underneath, so I don't think I need to worry about this. You can go to sleep until 6 a.m., but that's regular for you, Pimp. That's your usual MO. That should be coming out of the grass, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, not bad. I mean, that's basically quarantine. It's the same thing. This is reminding me of... I can't remember what the world's called, but in Spyro, the one that has treetops. That's what this is reminding me of. Yeah, but the overworld that has treetops in it. The overworld that treetops lives in. Because I can't remember. Okay, we'll do it this way then. So our shading and texturing is all going to use this little mask. Where's my connecting point? There it is. Come on. Come on. There it goes. Okay, so we get that on there as one quick pass. And then we want to do another layer. We want to take a darker color. And then we do another pass. Beast Makers. Thank you. That's what it's called. But you hear it, right? It totally sounds like it. So we want some shadow right there. Part of the problem here is that this is too low opacity, so we're not like picking up the hard texture that comes from the brush that I picked, and that is causing us a problem. Some random swooshy lines like that tend to give it more of a stone look also, which I kind of forgot to do last time. But that's why we did that one first, because that one isn't featured. This one's featured, and it's going to look better. So. Oh, the other thing I did wrong is I used the wrong base color. That's a big thing to do wrong. So we're going to go underneath, and we're going to cheat. And add in some more of what should be the base color. To kind of lighten the whole beast, so that it feels more like his neighbor. There we go. Okay, and then we can make a darker pass. Please excuse Scotty, he's got a lot of feelings. This is the actual one. I thought we were about to get tacky. I looked at a photo for the sketch so that I could get the layout. Because this is based off the actual room that you fight Hornet in. You fight this character very early in the game, and so it's based off the scene. Ugh, All that looks so flat without any of my shading done. Focus, Austin. It'll be fine. Okay. But yeah, I used images from the original to source my layout and my character design and my color choices. And although I was a little more freeform with the color choices, because I tend to like to be. I'm picky about colors. Okay. So then we want to go back to whatever the regular charcoal is. Space it back out. We want to make the right size. Beautiful. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. No, leave that. And then we want to, I'm just going to freehand this. So we want that circle. Why is that not feeling strong? Is it too spaced out? There's a too low flow. It's too low flow. We'll bring the flow up to, I think it was about 83. There we go. And I guess I need to space it a little less. So more like that. Yeah. So that's got a circle here. Like that. And then it's going to go around and around. Maybe I didn't like that first one. There we go. Okay. And then we continue this around. I'm not using my map this time. I'm just doing this by hand because I just kind of made a decision, so we're just going to go with it. I don't want this line I'm drawing to catch the edge of this, so I'm kind of trying to avoid it. It's just not the look I'm going for. We'll have it reach out and past the edge on this next loop. The nice thing is that other stone that I don't like as much, that I don't feel like is going to match this as much, is going to be hidden. It's going to get pretty shadowy over there. It's looking much more vibrant on the left side of the complete image. Not what you're seeing right now, but of the whole image. It's too bright over there, but it won't stay that way. Of course those are on the same layer. I'm an idiot. I have such a problem remembering my layer separations. Okay. And I guess I will use my sketch. You have them for... Oh, no, I'm not. I had a reason. That's right. I moved this stone, so my sketch is kind of irrelevant. So let's look at this. Okay, I think over here is better. We're going to put it down there. Excuse me. Like that. What am I hearing right now? I'd like to keep it a little mellower than this if we can, guys. This is... What are we hearing right now? Is this KSI? Yeah, we'll keep it a little mellower than that. There we go. Mellow. Definitely does not strike fear into my heart. Nope. Want it to be going up a little bit more. I'm not trusting myself here. There we go. More like that. Just make the noises. There you go. Okay. And yes, it's a little bit of a chunky, clunky spiral, but that's okay. We like him anyway. There we go. Yeah, see, and he's going to match a lot more with the one that he's sitting right next to. So I don't mind that he doesn't quite match as much with that. I'm okay with that. And we're going to take that lightest color, bring our brush size down ever so slightly, and then do the same kind of highlights. And then the light is kind of coming from the top of this one. So the lighting is weird. This kind of stuff tends to take more just practice, which as somebody who is self-taught, hearing that kind of stuff just grinds my gears. 'Cause it's like, couldn't you tell me something actually helpful? But unfortunately, getting an eye for the way light falls, you either have a knack for that or you need to practice it. And that's just the way it is. Unfortunately. I would love to tell you there's some shortcut, and I would love to tell childhood me that there was some shortcut. But there isn't. So now I'm forcing myself to learn it the right way. And that should look okay. Yep, we're missing a couple, but it's totally working. You could hear it, Carson-san? See, I'm not crazy. Well, jury's still out on that one, but I was right. Okay. I might have overdone that. I don't think I did. I think it's alright. So then we go back into here. We go to whichever one holds the actual lines, which I guess is 15. I'll name those. I'm never going to name them. Who am I kidding? We're going to take the darkest dark. And then hide the swatches again and just... Oop. I guess not quite the darkest dark yet. Oh, because I'm not doing it the lazy way. That's right. Because this is a real one that matters. So I'm doing it the right way. So we'll take the second darkest dark. And bring up our brush size. Drop the flow a little bit more. And just kind of fill that in. I'm doing it behind the swatch, which I should look at what I'm doing. There it goes. I'm very interested in the Tony Hawk Pro Skater remaster. I'm super, like, I'm irrationally excited for that game. But it's my childhood, man. I played so much Pro Skater, especially Pro Skater 4. I know it's only 1 and 2 that they're remastering. Remastering? Whatever. They're remastering it. We're gonna stick with it. So anyway, the remasteration is only for the first 2 games. But Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 4, I played so very like a disturbing amount, because it made me believe that I could do something cool, even though I couldn't. It's all about the belief. That's all that matters. What happens if we get close here? Are we getting some things revealed that I don't want revealed? Show me the texture layers that are hurting me right now. It's not that one. It's not that one. It's this one. Mm-hmm. It's you. Layer 13, people. Layer 13 is our problem child. Just take those sharp corners out of there. Thanks, Pimp. I'm glad somebody thinks so. I think you guys are pretty cool. I appreciate having you hanging out with me. Watching me paint and repaint the same thing for 3.5 hours straight. Okay, so I think I'm happy with that. It doesn't quite feel as textured as the other one, so I'm gonna muddy it up a little bit. Take a nice, ooh, more Spyro. I could recognize that kind of music anywhere. That's got to be more Spyro, right? I get pimp coolness by proxy. It's been donated to me, and I'm deeply appreciative. Thank you for all you do for the community. Oh, this is Tree Trops proper. I see. That's what I want, and then we're gonna just cram the flow all the way down, and just okay, maybe not all the way down. I always overdo it. There you go. See how that looks kind of like that? What's going on the other one? I think that's what I did. I'm just happy that I recognized Spyro just on hearing it. So, little cheating happening here. I'm bleeding out from the edge of this shape to here to create a shadow. Ta-da! And then we go into whichever layer has that. Well, I did spend a lot of time in treetops, so it would be a little concerning if this didn't have any sort of register in my memory. So it's the combination, I think, of 11 and 12. No, 11 and 14. So if we soften on those two layers, we should get our shape back. Just ever so carefully here. Just take that edge away. There we go. Then it doesn't look quite so square. Gets a nice little shadow in there. There we go. Okay, give me just a second, guys. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay. We're getting close to the home stretch here, guys. I think the next thing on my agenda is going to be the gate. Oh yeah, you remember how those vines looked like really thick and gross and basic?
Yeah.
I just dropped the opacity on them like a little teeny tiny bit, and then after all the other leaves came in, that gives them their texture.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just the leaf texture coming through them does enough for them, in my opinion, anyway. Because I do like them being kind of viscous, so. Still disagree? That's okay. Alright, guys. So. We're going to group up this stone. And this is small stone right. And we're going to go to what? Back left shrub. Just all the way down to the fill layer. And we're just going to take a very basic brush. I'm just going to fill this little hole right here. Because, I mean, obviously we can't have that. So, swatch is on. And we need, let's just take that color there, fill that in, and it's gone. Excuse me. Okay. Now, just for the sake of curiosity, right? If I throw in that atmosphere layer that I drew at the very, very beginning over the top of everything but our characters. And you can kind of see where the depth is going to be showing. And that, ooh, I like being able to get a nice little sneak peek at how that's going to play out. I'm glad I did that. Very glad I did that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, you're feeling it, right? I'm feeling it. Alright. So we're going to take a break from the complicated stuff. And we're going to do something right now that should be pretty easy. Because it's already done. So what we're going to do is we're going to zoom in on our gate here. And drop the sketch back in. Hide everything else. And we just need this gate. I'm gonna make a new layer on top of it. Gonna find my brush, which this is mostly being done with pastel. But I think hard pencil is going to be the right thing to do here. This is going to give us my look. The gate to the Pale King. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. So that's, I mean, that's a green line. So obviously that's not what I want. But it is also precisely what I want. So. Let's see. As far as color goes, I think we want to go with that same... not that gray. We have a more... just ever so slightly more blue-gray that we used for the metal on the sword. And I think that's kind of going to be all we need. We can hide the swatches, the puppy's in my way. And then just straight line down. If I hide the sketch, that looks pretty good. It kind of gives itself its own texture. That brush is enough. So then we're... Scotty, stop. Buddy, that's not an appropriate way to talk to people. Welcome back, Benzagon. Okay, place that. Place... Whoops. There we go. It's close enough for me. Okay. Then a circle. You know, a circle. Come on, Austin. Circle. And then we're going to draw a circle. There we go. The nice thing is, I only have to do this once. The whole way down. Then we can just copy and paste. I am going to fill the whole gate, but I'm going to fill the whole gate with copy paste. We're going to do one row here, both sides. So I'm going to do this side, and then I'm going to copy and paste the design, and then I'm going to do the shading on both sides, and then I'll copy them all down. Does that make sense? So you see how the design is like split into columns that are repeating? That is not an accident. There we go. And then that line there, like that, and then across, and down, and across, and down. And across, and down, and across, and down, and across. Then we do a curve in. And then more circles. And copying and pasting it both makes things easier for me and does the trick of making this look more man-made, because everything is noticeably repeating. Even though the circles won't be perfect, your brain will pick up on the repeating pattern of the exact same imperfect circles. So it'll still look like a pattern and still look man-made to you, even though it's not perfect. So if you're ever trying to get a man-made look with something that's hand-drawn and you're doing Photoshop, copy and paste is your friend. Oh, I didn't even realize I was doing that. It was that same thing where the zigzag happens because of using the straight edge tool. And we know nothing is ever taller than this anywhere that's visible on the entire gate, so I don't ever need to finish off the top of this under any circumstances. Okay, so if we hide the sketch, that looks very nice. But we can go clean up a couple of spots. Like this, I would like to be a little more joined. This I would like to be a little less muddy. Just gonna push it in like that. Is there anything else that looks weird? Not really. Okay, and then we're gonna there we go. Okay. And then the same to the top. Perfect. Then I can just clean this off. Cut it there. And then everywhere where this meets in, it's going to sell a lot more if it tapers up to the edge like that. And certainly doesn't do whatever's happening here. There we go. That's better. Did I really do that in the wrong spot? Come on, Austin. I had so many options for right spots. I picked the only wrong spot. Okay, so we've got that feature, right? And then we just take it and we duplicate. I said, and we duplicate. Fine. Make my own rules. Okay, and then we flip it horizontal. And then you just bring it together until they meet. Just like that. See, and then when you zoom out, it already is starting to look mechanical. And yes, those circles aren't perfect. But this whole thing, I mean, obviously feels pretty hand-drawn, so it's not going to hurt us. And besides, I could always draw perfect circles with a perfect circle tool, and that would not be as fun. So we're going to merge these two layers. I'm going to bring our sketch back up. And now we're going to be duplicating across the entire fence. Excuse me, puppy. You're in my way. And then this just creates a nice little effect. There we go. Keep doing it on both sides. I don't remember how many I have to do. Whoops. There we go. And again. That's probably getting close. No, not swatches. Sketch. Well, I was bang on the right side. But we're going to need to do it on the left side. Oh. Oofda. It's okay. That's why it's all about copy and paste. So we have to go through and do our shading on this. So we want to go onto this layer, and we have our color that we were using. Right? And what we do is we select... Ooh, maybe I can get lucky here. Is it really going to be that nice to me? Oh my god. What a mask. Nice. Love it when the wand tool does what you want it to do. Okay. So now we're going to go through and use this nice friendly mask that was given to us. And do some shading. So we're just going to darken. I'll add it to the swatch layer just so that it's there. And then we're going to go through and shade on the right. Or I mean, proceeds to shade on the left. Shade on the left and highlight on the right. And I'm not using the straight edge because I don't want to. It's going to make this look a little more naturally shaded and make it match the rest of the painting. So I'm just going to go through. I'm not going to spend too much time on this, because I don't really need to in order for the picture to sell. We just need... we need something. And because of the way I've chosen to do this, so we'll shade bottoms and lefts. So that kind of gets a little bit because it's a bottom and a right. This gets a fair bit. It's just all about doling out the shading so that it's fair. And then what should happen is I'll zoom out on this and it'll be like, oh, cool, look at how shaded it looks. It's gonna be crazy. I mean, you guys won't be saying that. I'll be saying that. Thank you for your chatter, Scotty. It's uplifting. And I'll go through, with the highlight, I won't be as heavy-handed as I'm being with this shadow. I'm being so heavy with the shadow because that's what really gives you the feeling of depth. But the highlight just kind of gives it that little kiss that brings it home. You could get away with it with just the shading. If you're on a time crunch, do the darks. Hi. Thanks for coming back. There we go. And again right here. Oops. And I am going to have to go through and clean up some of the weird stuff that happened from this mask. But we'll do that after this is done. Well, it's not going to have the same effect because of the selection lines. The dotted line totally ruined, because this is one of those things that's a very subtle effect when you zoom out to the whole image, but that amount of detail is enough to convince your eye. And so with all of those like busy buzzing marching ants for the selection, you can't see anything. That doesn't really work. Hey, thanks for the follow, Douglas. How you doing today? And again right here. And then after the whole gate is in, we get to do another round of shading. Yay. Not exciting, but important. This, I think, is still going to get filled in. Oh, you know what I should do here? So yes, I should, but I should favor this part of the triangle. And that'll make that difference. It's just about poking and prodding at it, you know. It'll tell you where it's supposed to be. Because when you put a stroke down and then your eye's just like then you know you made a mistake. See? Like I put that line there and my eye's like, why is that shadow there? Because it's not supposed to be. Shadow light's coming from the top right. So shading is hard, man. Drives me absolutely batty. But the whole point of this project for me was to make myself learn how to be better at shading by disallowing line work. Make an Easter egg. But it's going to be duplicated across the whole thing. I'll make an Easter egg after the whole gate is cloned. We'll put it on one of them. We'll put a little Yui in one of these circles. How's that sound? Just anywhere in the picture? How do you feel about a Yui in one of the gate circles as my Easter egg? Is that Easter egg enough? And yes, I could have done this mask by hand. Could have and should have done this mask by hand. It would come out a lot better that way. But I have elected to work with the mask I'm given and clean up after the fact. Because this is a small repeating detail in one area of the image. So I don't mind, but it's really up to the individual. I think that's working though. Okay. So now we're gonna go through and hit this sucker with a highlight. Not very much. Take a nice light color. And we're just going to knock it in a couple of places. In fact, that's probably the worst place to start, because that's going to be basically buried. So why don't we start down here? I'm going to knock it like there. Maybe there. Catch a little light on that middle rod. You can be pretty confident that you'll catch some on the big edge. But this also has some of its own lovely natural shading happening because of the texture of the brush that has worked out for me really nicely. So remember I said you don't want to go quite as heavy-handed on this as I did with the shadow, but you do want to be consistent about where you're placing it. Like if light's hitting here, then it's hitting here, and you should find all your spots in the area that would be catching light and mark them. But that doesn't mean I want to go the whole way up and down the entirety of this section. Like, whoopsie, maybe I'll have another little catch like there. But that means that I should also probably get it up here, and maybe like it should be catching there, and you know what I mean? These are nearby. If it's catching light there, then it's catching here too. Boop-pew. What was that one, Scotty? I'm hoping this gives a nice metallic effect, and then I'm probably going to make this look like darker metal than her sword. I'm going pretty heavy-handed with this, aren't I? Okay, let's stop there. Okay, and then we can deselect, and you can see how that has so much more like mass to it than it did originally. It's got life that it didn't have before. We have to go through and now clean up some of this weird pixeliness, because that's really ruining the effect here. But that is as simple as a high opacity eraser and a dream. That's all you need. Oh, we have a soft edge, though. We don't want that either. I just want to be able to take these pixels straight off, because they are a go. We don't like them. And this, to me, is, you know, less aggressively time-consuming than making a nice, crisp, perfect mask that I really don't need, because it's not going to be reused. This is not the brightest thing in the world. Will you even notice the pixel when I copy-paste into the wall? More than you'd think, actually. Yes. Because if you've ever seen somebody do pixel art, the way that a slight change can impact the entire shape of the thing, if you blow that up to the scale of an image like this, these individual pixels will change the feel of the shape of the object. So it will not... It won't look as smooth because of those pixels. So yes, it's counterintuitive, but you will actually notice it. It's one of those things like shading that can be really minor and have a massive impact on the way it looks. Because, I mean, if you think about it, right, this gap here is like 20 pixels. So if one of them is different, this is different by a 20th, which is substantial. And that's going to change what this gap feels like when you look at it in the context of the whole image. Do you see how this up here looks cleaner than what it looks like down here? You see the difference? This part right there. Even all the way out here, you can see it. This has just a sort of muddiness. Oof. And then after we copy paste, it all goes away. So, and the other thing about using this soft eraser tool is it means I can do that as quickly as possible, because where it makes an impact, it makes an impact kind of gingerly, you know? You can see it pushes and lightens the surrounding pixels. Because that's all the eraser brush is actually doing, is it's just decreasing the brightness of each pixel individually, following a certain kind of algorithm that looks sort of like how an eraser works. It does the pixel art for you. We'll see, and like there's a little highlight there that I would normally, like if I were trying to make this nice and smooth, I would get rid of that, but since this is supposed to be a wrought iron gate, maybe that's a little weld spot or something, you know, that's rising up and catching a little bit of light. Like I don't see much cause to take that away unnecessarily. Yeah, see, the biggest thing that's catching my eye is where these gaps are messed up. And I'm not going to go and fix every single pixel. I probably should, but that's going to take a long time. And I'm trying to get the painting done. And I'm fixing most of them. I'm just leaving out everything that doesn't really seem to be offending me when I look at the whole thing. And like these little chunks in, that's not great. Where it might even be better to soften the pixels around it, just for the purpose of making that not look so intense when you see it from all the way back. Okay, those are looking better. It's still pretty dirty down here, so I'm going to keep going. See, but you can see it. You back out, take a look at it. It doesn't look quite right. Zoom back in, and as soon as you zoom back in, you'll see the pixels that were causing the problem when you were looking at it from way back. Because you can see the the non-conformers and remove them swiftly. Okay. I'm just about through putting time into this, and we'll move on to the next section. The last major thing we have to do today is to draw the previous, the other ghost that's on the ground. Okay. Ooh, hold on just a second. Okay. So that... Ooh, ow, my hand's cramping on me from doing those patches. Ooh, that hurts. Okay. Ooh. So now we need to copy it out. And if we turn our sketch on, we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to the left. So let's do that. But it'll be so much more satisfying like this. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Once it gets an idea of the spacing you're going for, it gets a lot faster. So then it's 1, 2, no, 3, 4, 5, 6. Uh-oh, I did it again. 6, 7, and 8. And that should be our new gate. In theory, that should do the trick. Okay, let's get rid of this big ugly white space here. We're going to group these all... Ooh. Before I do that, we are going to duplicate this layer, which is our gate template. It's the original single piece. So if we decide we want to change something about the gate overall, I have that. We can just throw it down here in the trash can. Welcome back again, Benzagon. And then, actually, we'll just go ahead and go straight to merge. And this is gate. But yeah, so if we hide the gate, we do have a piece that's... Uh-oh. Okay. That's weird. So, duplicate layer, right? Hide that layer. Merge these layers. That was weird. And then if I hide this and show this, okay, it's still there. I'm not crazy. Alright. Gate template. I don't know what happened last time, but I'm not worried about it. Yeah, for whatever reason... Oh, guys, I'm so dumb. It's behind the background. It's behind the background. It was fine. Okay. We're just gonna go on. So the gate goes down behind the big shrub. Doorway shrub. Boink. So then if we turn all these on, that should all be in the right spot. Hide the sketch. And the gate is in! Dude! Oh, I'm so excited. Look at that. Feels good, doesn't it? Oh. Look at that. Not bad. Needs to be darkened. That's about it. Yeah, but look at, we got some detail. Not bad. Thank you, Benzagon. I'm quite happy about it. I think it looks very nice. But I am going to up the saturation. Oh. Wow. Look at how blue that can get. Okay, so we're not going to up the saturation. We're going to bring the lightness down to about there. Just so that it stands out a little bit more. Yeah, that's more like what I want. Yeah, see, and the depth is there. It doesn't feel like it from broad strokes, but it's there for sure. Okay. So now I'm going to go onto the gate layer, and we're going to take the burn tool. We're going to take the burn tool. There we go. See how much of an impact this seems to have. Okay, the exposure on it's pretty low. So what if we crank it just so that I can see if it's visible? Oh, it's visible. See how you can like just blacken it? Oh. Okay. This is getting to be a pretty big Photoshop file. It's got a few things going on. Okay. So we're gonna shade it underneath here just to give the gate a little bit more personality. We can make it darker where the actual shrub is, just to kind of silhouette it, and then whop across the front to make it a little less even. And there she blows. Ta-da! Okay. I need a victory stand. My back hurts. Ooh. Alright. Alright, guys. I hope you can hear me while I'm saying this. All we have left to do now is draw the last ghost and the stones, and we're done. We're almost there. Oh, you can barely hear me? I was hopeful. North. Yes, it is almost see-through in the middle. That's actually going to invert on you because the area behind that is going to be almost pitch black. So the gate's actually going to be standing out in the middle, and it's going to be fading away on the edges where it's shadowy. Right now, it's just because it's got the white background. Which helps me see what I'm doing. Okay. Let's do the thing I've been putting off all day. We have one more night to draw. So, that's pastel. Oh yes, the final night. But fortunately, I deliberately made him very tiny in the frame. So that won't take very long. Oh, I do want to check something though. The knight's hood. Oh, I guess I deleted that. Well, we'll have to redraw the knight's hood too, but that'll only take a second. Should have only taken a second the first time. Alright. Thank you. Okay, so now we need our swatches back because you are the keeper of the head swatches. We want that color as our base. So we go into this guy. Make ourselves a nice new layer. I didn't tell him already, Benzagon, because I didn't know how much you told him. So I didn't want to spell that out just in case you left that secret. But yeah, this is another attempt that was not as alive as Hollow Knight, or as the Knight was. Well, I guess also as Hollow Knight was, when all was said and done. So, path right shrub. Path right shrub. We need to be in front of that. So this is head 1. And he gets to have nowhere near as much detail as everybody else. You're not special, because you didn't survive. Way to lose, nerd. No. He didn't have very good odds. 2 in a billion doesn't look great. He's got this cracked skull, which looks really cool. It's a nice feature. Oh, Benzagon, that would be cool. Each player getting random horns. That would be so cool. I wish they had thought of that. It would be pretty... I mean, it makes something that's one resource into a whole process. But for the effect, though, it's totally worth it. Okay. Feel good about that. I'm going to take that away. Well, and like, what a reveal. You know? Spinda? What's Spinda? Is it Hollow Knight, but everybody gets their own horns? It's exactly the same game. Except everybody gets their own horns. Scotty, leave her alone.
What's he doing?
He's just crowding her. Although she is sniffing around his cage.
Oh, that's fair.
Oh, it's a Pokemon that has random spots on. I feel crooked. This is making me nauseous. There it is. That was like actually making me nauseous. Okay. Yeah, that's uncomfortable. Okay, there we go. So he's gonna be pretty shaded. There are like millions of them? Dude, that's cool. So we hide the sketch. We W this. Something just happened. My entire image danced on me. Alright, we're okay. Good music choices. Hey, you know, we need the dog DLC. You know, in fact, I'm not getting Silksong unless it's included. Bring back the dog DLC. All right, so let's bring the tolerance up to, I don't know. What'll 100 do for us? Eh. It's not great. Oh, it's because it didn't keep my new tolerance. That'll do it. Okay, what about 200? Okay, we have reached the ceiling. You know what we can do, though? We can say quick select, and then we can just shift this into being. There we go. Dog DLC should have more detail than the knight. Definitely. Okay, so now we've got the right brush, we've got the right opacity. Now we have the right opacity. I'm gonna space out the brush a little bit more on this guy, because it's okay if he looks a little more textured, and I think it's gonna like create a cool little effect here. And he's, you know, dead, so we're not hurting anybody. I try to do this like kind of stringy thing with the shading on the bone texture, because it gives it a sort of grain feel before I put the actual scratches in. Yeah, exactly, Pimp. You got me to add the eye. So, now we have the detail. Okay, I'm gonna really bring the opacity down now. Shade over the whole sucker. To finish the sort of roundness here. And then we're going to bring the brush down and the opacity back up to try and carry this crack in. There we go. Then we want to find, hello Doug. And then we want to find our swatches. Take the darker one this time. And we want to drop that in underneath here. A little bit into this to really define the crease there. This has been a really good exercise in shading for me. Nothing has taught me better than just doing it did. And you hear that said all the time, and you go, hey, screw you, man. I like to learn from YouTube videos. And I feel that. But we as a people, the learn from YouTube videos people, we're missing a key component if we're not doing it. Ta-da! Looks like a head to me. Sketch. And bring in some eyes. Oh, we need to remember the eye situation. They sometimes need to be relocated. So let's just get them in place. One of my favorite things about this game is how the art style plays against the story. Because it's just like, look at these cute little bug critters underground. Aren't they so harmless and fun to watch? And then it's like, yeah, right up until they all kill you. No, layer 17. A little more like that. A little more like that. Right about there. A little less tilt. Right like that. I guess the tilt was fine. They just need to be moved. Well, and I'm not going to go... You'll see on Hornet, I go all the way to black for the eyes. But I'm going to leave it lighter here because it makes them look more dead. It looks like there's nothing in there, you know? Because they're filled by that shadow, right? I know that Hornet technically isn't, but they are. And I think having it look, ironically, less empty makes them look more empty. You know what I mean? Like making it look like there's light in there. Anyway. We are going to add, we're going to darken it just a smidge more. Or maybe just push that shadow further out. So that it doesn't look quite so soft on the edge there. Scott. Okay. And then we need his robe colors, which fortunately were already picked. So we can hide Hornet, put the sketch back on. I do want to give him this little silver... I don't know that he actually has that. But like right where the night carries his lantern in the game. I want him to have just kind of a little brooch, because I think it looks nice. And it feels like it means something, even though it doesn't. Yeah, I like that idea. Okay. Actually, we'll just go. This is redundant, but we're going to call him Dead Ghost. And then we need something for the base layer. To fill this in. Oh, this is where we bring the opacity back up, because we're doing our background layer, which is going to overtake the whole sketch because it's blue, and so is the sketch. So this, I think I'm gonna have it just go behind him, because we kind of got lucky with how his edge turned out. And we'll just let this come off this way. Give it some ripples so that it feels like lying fabric. Okay. So then we fill that in. Rotate back. Clean up the edge a little bit. We still want it to have some of that painted texture, but we don't want it to be like quite as deep. I don't want it to feel like it's tattered, even though he is dead. That's not really the look I'm going for. I'm going for more of a pure thing, even though he's not the pure one. He's a lost, dead soul, so we'll honor him by making him look extra crispy. I guess he's a lost, dead, not soul. Lost, dead, something. Lost, dead vessel. I don't know. You're asking me too many questions. Calm down. Yeah, and then this sells you. So you get that. You just kind of draw the fabric lines in. I'm probably going to actually soften that a little bit. Be easier to see without the sketch. But now we've got our basis. Okay. So I'm going to redraw those with a lower flow brush. And that helps a lot. Bring the opacity down a little, and that helps even more. So we want one there, there, and there. And then we want some shading down into here. And definitely back into this area. And just follow the shapes you make for yourself. just mark it out. You want one there, and another one there, and then a little something in there. And then you can bring the shading all the way up to his neck. Oops. Maybe a little less than I did just now, because I couldn't quite see what I was doing. And this is where I can have something that is more reminiscent of tatter. Because if you make it feel tattered in the texture of the fabric without ruining the edge, you can get more of a worn feeling rather than like, I've been on the dusty trail. You know, just something that's been used is the look we're going for. Looks like he's got a little bit of a badonkadonk there, doesn't it? He got that booty. It's alright. We can have a Hollow Knight with a booty. What's wrong with that? Trying to say that he's not beautiful just because he's got that badonkadonk.
Can't be hollow if you got junk in the trunk.
M says can't be hollow if you got junk in the trunk. Nothing pure about this vessel. Okay. Yeah, it seems like the bubble on my mic is real small now. I think we've gotten it much closer to where I wanted it. Because that was really causing me issues before. Just cleaning up my shading. I should have done a mask, but... You know, he's a feature. I hate to say it, but he's just a feature of the environment. I don't want to spend too much time on him. What part of you is causing this? The head part. This is bad because it looks like a highlight where there should be a shadow. So we want to then go back to this and pop that shadow in right where it should be, and that's what makes it look like the head is attached to the body. Ta-da! And yeah, this is pretty meh, but he's coming in. We're working it in. It's happening. Well, and part of the other problem is that we need like texture across him. So I'm gonna go across the body and just give him that little bit of texture. He looks like he's wrapped in felt, but that's okay. I think what I want to do is take this line right here and make it nice and crisp, so that it looks like a place where the cloak folds over. And then we're going to give him that little brooch I talked about. So we're going to take that color, then we're going to zoom in on this little dude. We're going to just drop that in right here. Actually, now that I think about it, it should be here, where the meeting is, because it's a brooch. He's so crisp. Yeah, I kind of abandoned that idea. Most of the time when I'm describing to you what I'm doing, it's what I am thinking I'm doing at the time. I have a tendency to modify those decisions along the way. And this was one of those times. We're okay with this looking like this. I'm not thrilled with the look of his robe. And, you know, just because I'm saying we're done at the end of today doesn't mean I'm not going to come back here and tweak it more. But I'll show you guys what I did. And I just want to get the majority of the painting done. Next week, we will be drawing some emotes. And you guys will be invited to make suggestions and just throw out random ideas. Not necessarily for emotes, just for drawings. And if we like it for an emote, then it might become one. And if we don't like it for an emote, you can have the drawing I made you. So, win-win. Moles. I mean, I could see an argument to be made for a mole emote. Okay. Letting it save for a second. Ooh, more than a second. Okay. There it goes. So, in context, ignoring the giant hovering dog in the sky, this is what we're looking at. We are getting very, very close. Wow. It's so close, guys. Like, with all the work we've put into this, I'm so happy with where it is. Pentagon. Hey, it might happen. I'm not going to promise you anything, but it might happen. Thanks, man. And I appreciate you guys watching and giving me your input, and it honestly, it helps me a lot in this process. Not enough to give you credit, of course. I'm just screwing with you. All right. So, I am now just going to plop in some stones. So, we need our base stone color. Maybe chunky charcoal? What does chunky charcoal look like? So we're going to work out a texture first. Ooh, chunky charcoal looks chunky, guys. Oh, I forgot to do the knight's robe. Okay, I'll do that in a second. I like chunky charcoal. We're going to go with chunky charcoal. How many times can I say chunky charcoal? Chunky charcoal. That's good, not great. Closer. Maybe a little less saturated. Like that. There we go. Maybe less still. And then a little more brightness. We are going for the base color after all. So we're going to go to the swatch layer and drop that down. Haven't added a swatch color in a while. And we're just going to... This is going to take my computer a second to catch up to, but that's fine. Just let it do that. The only reason it's taking so long is because of how complicated this brush is. So, whatever. And then this really is under, like, everything. Like that. Oh, wild. I wonder what those white spots are from. God, I never would have noticed those. Okay. Of course it's connected to that stupid stone. Which part? Etch copy. There it is. Go away. There we go. Alright. Let me go back to this. And we turn the sketch on. And I am not gonna break my back over this, but I'm not gonna take it easy either. So right now we want the highlight part of the stone, which I think that is a good color for. Especially if we bring the opacity and the flow down so that it looks more like that. Beautiful. In fact, let's bring the flow down more, less. There she blows. Okay. So we are going to go through and just highlight stones. And not draw any lines at all. We're just highlighting the stones based on the sketch I made. And it's gonna look more believable right now at this stage before I remove the sketch. We'll see what it looks like after I remove the sketch. And it's okay if I have those like drooling lines that I'm dragging across the image, because it's just going to add texture to the stones anyway and look like a spot where they caught a little more light. So it's totally fine. So highlight on all of these. Is she in his cage?
Out of here. Scotty, why didn't you say anything? You gotta stand up for yourself.
I have no explanation.
You're on a diet.
Yeah, right? Of all things, he doesn't need to be losing. Maybe he's hoping if she eats the pellets, we'll think he ate the pellets.
I don't think she's eating the pellets.
I don't think so either. That doesn't mean that's not his strategy.
I don't think there's much strategy.
I'm not saying Scotty is famous for making well-planned out decisions. Yeah, so what happens when I remove the sketch? Okay, that's not as bad as I expected. And considering that's just the highlight, I'm encouraged. Because what's really going to sell it, like I told you guys before, is the shadow. So, it's now time to do that. We are going to add some more of these out into this way. As though, like, this is going to muddy out really fast. So, don't worry about it too much. We're going to bring that down, bring the opacity down even more, like quite a lot, maybe around 30-ish. Bring the flow down even more, closer to that 12 that I found before. That's fine. And then we want to pick our dark color. I guess that opacity is still too low. Computer's really starting to chug. He's getting hot. It's alright. Layer 24. Dun, 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 dun. And we are actually going to bring the opacity up. And we're going to go through here, and this is the part we do. And we basically do follow the lines on this, but we avoid the top of the line. Anything to the top right, I'm not going to touch. Everything else is fair game. How's that looking? Let's just get a sneak peek at that. Not really wowed by it, honestly. Okay. Well, let me see here. I'm not giving up on that just yet. I think part of my problem is I need to bring my flow back up. Not all the way down to 13, but maybe like 20. It is getting there. Yeah, we're getting close, pimp. Yeah, it's definitely coming along for us here. I think I need to bring the highlight above the layer I'm doing right now. That's part of my problem. Oops. Go back. Back from whence you came. Back, demon. Yeah, so I'm doing this with a broader brush to bring the shapes kind of into being here. And then I'm going to go through and do what will be the closest thing to line work for this entire thing, but has to be done in order to define these shapes. Not for any reason other than my lack of skill at this particular thing that I'm trying to do right now. It's not quite going to be line work, but it's basically going to be line work. I'm kind of breaking my rule here. But I'm looking at this and I'm seeing that it's going to need it. Because it's not feeling solid to me. It's not bad. It's not bad, but it's not great either. So I'm just gonna go through in some of these places with a little bit less opacity and do some gentler shading. Just very gentle. But I am very... it's missing the lighting. It's missing the knight's collar and the lighting. As soon as there's some atmosphere and light in this, this'll feel more solid. Right now it just feels like a bunch of flat images on top of each other. What's probably going to happen is by the time this stream is over, I'll be quote-unquote done. But I'm going to need to do what is always a step in the process for me, which is just sit and stare at it until I figure out where I need to add what. So, much higher opacity, way higher flow, which gives us a nice solid line. And so if I make one more layer on the tippy top, we can make it darker, zoom in, turn our sketch on, and basically just drop these lines in. Smaller still, I think, with the brush. And the main thing I want to do is like hit these corners, like the points where you have 3 stones meeting each other, or 4 in this case. You really want to mark that. We'll see how it looks. We'll let this be a reveal for both of us. I'm just gonna try and run through this. This is a new layer, right? Oh, thank God. I thought I forgot. And I hope this is gonna define our stones. It's looking promising from what I can see through the sketch. I want to leave the sketch up though, because if I turn it off, I'll go back to thinking that I can paint freehand, and I cannot. Maybe one day, but not yet. I need my sketch to see where the shapes are. And then I think one of the things this path is missing is some form of uniform texture across the whole thing. So I'll add that in as well. Okay. Okay. I don't think I needed that one. What if I had the sketch now? Oh. That. Fuck, that made a big difference. Didn't it? Yeah, wow. Okay. So let's just splash a couple more of those in, put a texture on this, and I think I'm okay with the path. No, Austin. You can't draw freehand. Learn. Yeah, that surprised me, honestly. I didn't think that was going to come through that well. It is looking great. I feel really good about that. So we're just going to I'm going to again get really vague on us because I'm not trying to paint all the way back there right now. That's going to fade out into nothing. And in fact, I think I'm actually going to use one of our other shrubs. I'll just flatten it and put it back there and make it kind of translucent and then fade off so that it just looks like, oh, there's more nature back there. You know? Yeah. That's a path right there. That is definitely several stones on the ground. Miracles. Okay. There we go. Man, that was going to drive me absolutely batty if I couldn't get that to work. I'm so glad that looks better now. Okay, so we're going to add a new layer underneath all of that shading I just did to drop some texture in here. So that means going back to the same brush I've been using, because that's kind of been defining our texture. I'm going to make it nice and big. And we're going to space it out big time. Just about like that, actually. Yep. And then we should be able to just kind of dust it with that. And then do the same thing with a lighter color. Holy shit. I'm trying not to be too excited about this. That looks pretty good though, doesn't it? Alright, I'm pretty happy about that. I'll admit it. That's pretty fucking good. Okay. Look at that path.
Very nice.
I'm so pleased with that. I was so worried about that part. Oh my god. Alright, cool. Some satisfaction. Alright, so let's group this. Can we not? Get off my computer. My other computer. It's the pathiest path around. You never seen paths that path like this. Path. Wow. I really thought that was gonna look really bad. I really did. Okay, I'm gonna stop talking about it now. I'm sorry. But I am gonna add something to it. Right here. Looks like we're missing some detail. Hi, giant brush. I forgot about that. Okay. Show me the swatches. Color libraries. Swatches. There we go. This one. Oh, my spacing. Bring it back. Yeah, we needed some sort of definition here to identify why there's this big dark space. Or big empty space, I mean. Go through here and add in. It looks to me like I'm feeling like I shouldn't push at this too much. It really turned out better than I expected, and I'm afraid I'm gonna ruin it. Okay, so let's do the knight's cloak. And then we'll do some lighting. And then we're done, guys. And then we're done. We are going to take the path shrub and duplicate it. and merge that group and just plop it right back there. You know what? We're going to flip it horizontal so it's a little harder to recognize it. Like that. And then we're going to put it right there behind everything, and that already helps sell that. Okay. And then we want the knight's cloak. How many times have I said I was going to do that? This time it's actually happening. Want to go back to our regular pastel brush. Because I basically have been using just the regular pastel brush for this. Then we want to get the knight's cloak, which the colors are... Please excuse me for that. Right here. I need my sketch back. We want to fill this area in. Just like that. Nice. Okay. And then I want this color. Just to gently add in here. This is gonna be most of it, honestly. I'm just gonna texture this in. Erase some of this stuff on the outside. Welcome. Thanks for the raid, guys. You know, you're coming up to the very end here. I'm talking against myself. How you doing, guys? Welcome, welcome. Artsy fartsy. Oh, yes. Do you guys want to see how we're doing? We are close to the very end here. I have no face today. I'm sorry about that. But we're getting very close. There is a puppy. I'm sorry. I'm going to remove the puppy because he's on my swatch layer. But yeah, we're getting awfully close, guys. I'm nearly done here. And the last step to do after I... I'm sure it's around here somewhere, Jen. If you see it, let me know. It's always in the last place you look, right? So, my last little bit of detailing to do here is tidying up the knight's cloak, which I think I actually want to use a darker blue than I've used at all so far. Almost black. Maybe just black. And then bring the opacity down a little bit. And we can add in the detail on the cloak. So I need my sketch back. And I'm just going to hit these lines that are the folds of the cloak going behind his neck. And then a little bit more down this way. And like I said, since this is mostly dropped in shadow, there's not a whole lot of detail I need to put in here. I just need to hit a couple of high spots with a highlight to really mark it up. And then I should be good. So I'm just going to hit it with something like that. Yeah. So let's space out the brush so that that's a little less aggressive. And then we just kind of want something right there to catch that edge. Let's get the sketch out of my way, because at this point it's not helping me. I don't want that line. Thank you. All right. And we want to basically pop that right along this. If I can place it, there it goes. And another one right there. Come on, work with me. There it goes. Not too much, because again, don't want it. He's already taking up too much of the foreground of this image. So, I don't really want to do too much more. I think that makes my point without overdoing it. I am going to actually still darken this a little bit more. Just like this. Nothing too crazy. There we go. Actually kind of just flattened it, didn't it? Alright, I'll leave it. So, I think it's time to do some lighting. So the main thing I have in mind for lighting is I have this atmosphere layer that looks like this to tell me where the depth is supposed to be. And then I have my God Rays layer. He did play the eBay song. I was wondering where that came from. And then we have the God Rays. So that's not actually what's going in. Those are just placeholders. But that's roughly what we're looking at here. Now I just need to get it in place. In fact... Oh, no, because I was going to say I could use these God Rays, but they've got that hard edge because I just drew them in. Boo. Oh, well. So we'll keep those in mind. And the really easy way to do God Rays... Where's my starting point? I like to take the magnetic lasso. And we can just trace them. Because then you can just go like this, right? You draw your line. You can guarantee yourself consistent perspective. Because you just draw straight down from there. And then you click again, and you go right back home. See, I did it bad the first time. Now we know. And then I just go down a little bit. Trace it down like that. And across. And back. Does it need another one? I really don't think so. I think 2 is good. Generally, you would do 3 if you're following rules or whatever. But I'm not doing that. Ooh, it's getting funky in here. And then I need to pick my lighting color for this area, which we are going to go pretty yellow, but I'm going to go a little greener than it looked in those God Rays. Something a little more in this region. We're dancing. We're dancing in the chat. That's too green though, huh? It's way too green. Okay, so we'll go hue. And we'll make it a little more golden. And then I just need to make a brand new layer on top of everything. With a nice even brush. This is the chance to use just the basic soft Photoshop brush. Ah, I forgot a detail. So I put those those lines in, though, right? I need to go to the selection and feather it by, I don't know, 10 pixels. See how that looks. And then it's that easy. Because I do want a pretty hard edge on this, but not like rock solid. You guys passing brain cells around? What, nobody's sharing with me? Come on now. Sharing is caring, guys. So I think all I need to do is just put the light in front of Dead Ghost, who also gets washed out by that. Honestly, if that atmosphere was the right color, it would be pretty nice. So we're going to add an adjustment layer to our God rays. Did you do it? There we go. Ooh, oh yeah. That's the good stuff. That's the best brain cell. Thank you. I feel it. I feel invigorated. I feel brainier than ever. Hey, Chrissa, how's it going? Whole family's here. Hey, thanks, Chrissa. I appreciate it. I think it's turning out all right. Well, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hey, I have a question for you guys. Chrissa, answer while you're still here, if you're still here. Should those God rays be in front of or behind Hornet? What do you think? If I put Hornet... I mean, obviously, the needle needs to move also. In front? I think so, too. That's kind of where I was leaning. What do you guys think? It does add depth, doesn't it? Front? Unanimous? I think front is the way to go. Alright, front it is. Thanks, guys. I don't know, Benzagon, are you sure? I was thinking front, but if you think Frony is the way to go. Thanks, Chrissa. See you later. Have a good sleep. Appreciate you stopping in and leaving a lurk. Okay. I now need to do some Frony for life. Softening of this. Not softening, desaturating. It's still going to be as prominent as it is, just not as aggressively yellow. A little more like that. Good. Or actually, maybe a little more vibrant and a little less opaque. 90, maybe 85%? Maybe 80%. Yeah, right about there. We'll be happy with that. Well, and I feel like it makes her stand out so much more. I'm going to put a little glow behind her as well. Splat it up, guys. Go for it. I am beginning to feel like the string effect needs to be more vibrant. What if we just double it? What if we just double it? Is it that easy? It might be. If we double it and then make this one like 50%? 20, 30%? Little shortcut to turn up the opacity past 100% on something. If you didn't already know. I feel like you probably did. I think 50% is about the right spot. Okay. Okay. Then, go back to the God Ray layer. I'm going to duplicate it just to make sure I don't mess up what I had. Are you feeling okay, Pimp? Do you need water? Maybe sit down for a moment. What's your idea? Way low opacity on this eraser. Water check? So now I can soften this in places, which really helps it feel real. Because, you know, when you see these, you can never see the whole thing, right? You can see parts of it. And you can see hints of parts of it. But definitely never, like, just a hard line crashing through your life, you know what I mean? Never happens that way. Since Minecraft is a bust and you're cheap, how about Brawlhalla because it's crossplay and free for all? I think that's a great idea. I think that's an absolutely great idea. Let's do it this week. How does that feel for everybody else to do it sometime this week? Yeah, see, then those feel more like natural. Okay. Sorry for that knuckle crack. It was inadvertent. Jen. You know, I'm almost happy with that atmosphere. Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Because, like, I'm actually pretty happy with the way it looks right now, if not for the fact that our atmosphere is black. Like, I'm getting close to done. I need to go through and drop my sparkles, which aren't very many. It's just a few dots on the screen. And I need to go through and punch up some highlights on some things. But then we're done. How often does this song come up? I'll answer that for you. Not often enough. It's my jam. Zote really has golden pipes. Like, the man can sing. You gotta be honest with yourself. But he can sing somewhere else. Okay. So we're going to take this atmosphere layer, we're going to add a hue and saturation layer to it. I did not stop the beautiful music. I did nothing of the sort. You can't prove anything. Something weird happened. It was some sort of strange electromagnetic event. The music changed of its own accord. You can't prove anything. Not in a court of law, anyway. Gotcha. So can we hue this? Is it even gonna let me? I mean, it's black. No. Yeah. I didn't think I was gonna be that lucky, but... Alright. So let's lock this, and we'll keep it in mind. How did you end up not attached to anything? Go where you belong. So we'll just hand drop this then. Ah, I should get a nice brush for it anyway. It's our last chance in this painting to pick... Okay, I'm going to warn you in advance. Check your phone's brightness. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright, I warned you. I apologize for that. I hope your eyes are okay. So we need a nice brush for the atmosphere, which, I mean... I could just use a soft brush like that, but what's the fun in that? I'm sorry, Jen, I don't know how to help you. I hope your brightness is okay. But you should really be more concerned with the brightness on the device that you're using. I would check them all, though, just to be safe. Why would you stop throwing your PC? How are you supposed to check how fast it is? Big surprise, I'm going to use the pastel brush again. Maybe not, hold on. What's this guy? If I space it out, it looks like kind of poofy. It's like made out of dots. What is that? How weird. Okay, not that one. It's the fourth brain cell. That's what got me around the corner. That was it. It's not giving me a sample render of what the brush looks like anymore for some reason. Come on. Do it. So we're going to go pretty dense with this. Like around here. Okay. And then we're going to bring the flow down. Like that. Even more. Like that. Ooh, this is really going to make my computer chug. Because we've got a lot of layers going on here. But it's going to be okay. So we do want that... Jen, you got to accept the follow-up bet. It's the rules. Obey the law. I kind of want like a green light in here. So we go here, and since we're adding atmosphere, we go dark. Not a green light, a green atmosphere is what I meant to say. Green light is not. We did a yellow light already. That already happened. Pay attention, Austin. Okay, so this is gonna go right about there. And then we need to bring in the entire image. I missed a spot. Path. There we go. Well, that was rude. I'll take my points. Oh, that just looks like it makes things disappear into the background. I mean, I get that that's what I'm trying to do. But not like that. So we want it to go darker, and I want to go bluer. And we just kind of want to push stuff into the background like this. That way we can bring certain things out. And I'm gonna be like way too heavy with this.
Do it. Kill him and take your rightful place at my side.
Alright. Hold on. I didn't see it. I see it now. I only have a tiny chat window, okay? Well, that sucks. It's alright, guys. I'll be okay. I'm not crying, you're crying. It's fine. I feel okay. Pimp. You know the way of the stream elements. You are the bot master. We require your powerful services. Okay, so now I need to fix the fact that this is muddying my Hollow Knight. You got shadows in my Hollow Knight. So we're going to pull it back from him altogether. Oh my god. Benzagun, you can't be defeated, man. Oh yeah, I'm really liking that shadow. So I'm just gonna go through and erase it in some spots that I want to like almost feel like they're glowing, and then it's gonna be beautiful, guys. Okay, we are so close. That should be hit with the light, because it's literally being hit with the light. Yeah, then I can go through and manually highlight some things, which creates a really cool effect. Just kind of add pop wherever I want to. It's like free. It feels so satisfying to do this. It's like having a brush that just paints a tree. Look at that. Look at that. Perfect. That's what I wanted. Just model it up so that it's not quite as even. Have some of that popping through the gate. Okay, and then we want to really bring the opacity down. And then I want to just kind of even up this whole section here. This is just a little too intense. Perfect. That's what I wanted. It's getting really close, man. It's getting really close. This one has been a long time coming. Okay. Make a new one. Same points but higher ranked. That is a victory, pimp. Oh, Jen, that might actually be why. That's pretty funny. Okay, so using this same brush, we're going to take this really light version of that blue and just kind of highlight her a little bit. Like this. Okay. And bring this back behind Hornet. And bring the opacity down. This is my favorite part. A lot of parts are my favorite part, but this is my favorite part. Because now, she's glowing. Not too much. Just enough. Like that. Okay. Now, I need to go through and do lighting adjustments throughout the entire thing. And then it's done. So, like, for example, where's my duplicate doorway, or my duplicate path shrub? God, that was hard. That one. This guy in the background? He's gonna be darkened. Like this. Because I want there to be barely any detail visible. Just a little bit. Okay. And then our back right shrub. That's probably about the right color. It needs to be darkened a little bit. And all of this, what I'm doing is just adding depth. Or at least trying to. So like push that back a little bit. Okay. And the back left shrub. We'll push that one back a lot. This one gets a lot of darkening. It's going to be almost gone. Something like that. Okay. The small round stone left. This is the importance of nomenclature. This is where all the times I was like, no, Austin, make sure you name things right. This is where that comes through. We're going to push him back a little bit also. And then I'm kind of tempted for our main doorway shrub to actually bring it up just a little. And then increase the saturation. Yeah, definitely. So there's without, and there's with. Without, with. It just screams at you now. Maybe not quite so light. Like we'll give it a 3. Totally. Okay. And then this stone over here needs an adjustment. Just needs to be made dark across the board. But it also needs some hand shading. So we're going to do a little bit extra on this guy. Actually, maybe it doesn't need it. Let me stare at it for a minute and I'll let you know if I change my mind. Because that's actually not bad. Oh, there we go. That's what we wanted. Yeah, that's not bad. Honestly, that feels like it's in the right spot. Well, and now she just pops so much more. It's way better. Okay, I feel a lot better now. I might go straight to Hornet. Drop an adjustment layer on Hornet. And all I'm doing here is hue and saturation. I'm not tweaking anything else. Any of that other stuff I would have decided earlier. But we might raise the saturation on Hornet. Just so that she really... Like, if I crank it, what happens? Yeah, see, that's horrifying. But if I don't crank it... And if I go right there. Now she's got sort of an ethereal quality. That was a good one, Scotty. Okay. And then... Ooh. I forgot about something. The Human Fall Flat soundtrack. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to do a little bit more of this. And then what we need to do is compress all these layers down. And do my focuses. If I try to do my focus with my computer as it is right now, he might catch fire on me. So... Nope. Connect to the path. There you go. And darken the path up. That sets it into the environment a little more. My PC is definitely a dude. You can tell because when it's overworked, it just shuts down and stops saying anything to anybody. Okay. We're going to add some dots. I know this is the moment you've been waiting for. Try and catch your breath. Is there anything else that feels like it needs to be moved? Stone 2 needs to be way darkened. LPC Day Austin. Benzagon, that was some fantastic bad Spanish. It seems you have some experience. Just a little. You've seen a thing or two. I feel like Dead Ghost needs to be brought down a little bit. That was what I was told, Benzagon. Yeah, my Spanish teacher Miss Casillas in junior high school, was a gigantic bitch. But she also told me that my name in Spanish would be Agustin. Oh, really? You know a lot of Augustins? How would you pronounce that? Augustin? Steen? It'd be a more. I got the I wrong. Augustine. Okay. Thanks, Pentagon. I wasn't expecting you to actually answer that one. That was kind of a rhetorical question. With the thingy on the eye. Augustine. The, what is it called? Yeah, there we go. I like the lighting in this scene now. I feel a lot better about that. What do you think about the lighting?
Oh yeah,
It gives it a lot more, doesn't it?
yeah.
I'm gonna have to stare at this for a while, but we're getting close to calling it a day. What I'm going to do is I'm gonna get a nice soft brush, something like this, that I can put on top of everything. It's a tilde? I thought that was the thing that goes over an enye. Is it not? Oh. Well, now I feel stupid. Okay, so we're just gonna crank the opacity. Why? Why, Photoshop? Nobody can see anything now. There. And max flow. The Enye thingy doesn't have a name? Oh. The more you know. Bring back the swatches. And we're going to drop those turquoise blue dots. Just kind of around. And we want some really little ones. They do need to be dots, though. I don't want to draw streaks. We're just going to put them in manually. I'm going to make a new layer that's behind everything but the path, so that I can put some back here as well. What's happening? That wasn't working right. I'm going to go to path, new layer, not an adjustment layer. Why is it doing that? So weird. Whatever. Oh. Okay, I see now. Can we unparent this though? I understand what's happening now. I would just like it to stop. There we go. Okay. So I'm going to add a couple of those little glowing guys back here. Okay. That's it for that. That was all I needed to do on that layer. I need to get rid of that one. Place it with something a little more, I don't know, just better. Okay, guys. I'm about to wrap it up for today. I think we've reached a good point with this. I'm not sure what else I would do to it, really. I think I'm going to need to stare at this for a little bit and make sure there's not anything else I want to change. I will let you guys know. Thanks, Benzagon. I like it too. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me while I put some crap down on the page. Oh, there is one last thing. Because I guess I don't need to do focus all the way through. It doesn't really seem... It would feel excessive to me. I think there is one thing that needs to go out of focus. And that is... our boy Ghost. Which means... this needs to be duplicated. I guess we'll bring him down here. This is going to be weird, but just hold on. He goes away. And then we duplicate that whole set. And we merge it. Seven point eight out of 10. 7.8 out of 10. Too much green. Now you tell me. And he goes here because he was on top of the God rays. Let me apply that hue and saturation to you. -1 point for the Bunny Day blue. Oh, guys. You crack me up. Okay, and now that he's flattened... since this is all a single layer... wow, it's getting really slow. We're going to slap a blur on him. So you go filter, blur, Gaussian blur. With a radius of... I don't know. 3 pixels, maybe? -1 point for no moles. I didn't even see that part. That's true. I need to hide the mole. Tell you what, Benzagon. While I'm looking at this, I will hide a mole. I'm serious. I'm 100% serious right now. I will hide a mole in this somewhere. There will be a Monty mole hidden somewhere in this image. And I'm not going to tell you where it is. You're going to have to find it. Okay. A mole point. Hey, I can't miss my mole point. Maybe 5. All right, let's see what 5 looks like, Photoshop. We'll double it. Freaks my eyes out when a blur gets undone. Because I can't even tell whether or not it happened. Let's go radius of 10. Perfect. And then we just need to move him over. Perfect. Okay. I just need to look at it for a second. Make sure I'm happy. But I think I'm happy, guys. I think this is done. I will stare at this for the next 8 to 12 hours without breaking eye contact and probably decide that I hate it. No, I'm just kidding. It'll be up for purchase at the cheapest price I can make it and still make some sort of profit off of it. I'll let you guys know when that happens. Thank you, Benzagon. I'm honestly, I'm really happy with the result. All jokes aside, this was a pretty big experiment for me. This is the first time I have ever completed an artwork that did not use any line work. It's really bad, burn it. All right, I'll burn it. I'll print it out and burn it. How's that sound? And then I'll keep the digital copy. But I think for a first foray into not using line work, I think it turned out pretty good. Burn the PC is already happening. That's part of why I got to end the stream. So I will. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll be back on the screen tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me, Jen. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Douglas, for following. Thank you, Corsenton, for following. Thank you, Hermit Watch, for the 100 bits. Thanks, everybody, for everything. Oh, no, Flamingo! Oh, no! Well, at least you get to see the finished artwork. Welcome, and thank you, Corsenton. Big Bird, what do you think of the painting? It's all done. We just finished it. Here, let me. Oh, okay. Well, that's not quite what I was trying to do. Wait. There we go. I'm sorry, Flamingo. Don't worry, I'll be painting again on Monday, and we'll be doing emotes. I'm going to be making some new emotes, and I'm going to need you guys to help me pick what they're going to be. So Monday is going to be a fun stream centered around you name it, I draw it. But tomorrow, we're going back into the very thing you're looking at. It's going to be actually playing Hollow Knight. So that's going to be a good time. Monday Fun Day. Exactly. Monday Fun Day. And I'll have the normal schedule up on the channel where it normally is for you guys. That'll be done. That'll be done today. I'll have that up today. I guarantee it. So you guys, if you check first thing in the morning, it'll definitely be there. This is going to be it for me for today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. Let me see if there is somebody we can bother. Who needs to be bothered? Who's live? Nobody's live. All right. Well, in that case, I have no friends. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you again. Have a great night or day or whatever's going on for you. Appreciate you sticking around. So long, folks.